Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
El crossover as we watch the Iowa Hawkeyes cross all over Nebraska football.
Hold on. It's 24-16. It's still a one-score game.
It's a winnable game right
Still
now.
Oh, wow. Did Guthrie miss a tackle? What a shocker.
Game.
Yep.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm watching this game now. Is this where the Joe Moore?
John, we should turn on after this. I'm fine with watching this for the rest of however long this is on. But after this, Michael was on with McMaster today because he's his Tuesday guest.
Oh, look at Marquise Watson Trent just absolutely trip over himself. That's wild.
They started talking about the bowl game. I think we should rewatch the Utah bowl game to see the running backs. Nebraska's new running backs.
Sure.
Okay,
Saw
cool.
Mackay had a pretty decent game.
It's gotten to the point in the offseason where I think I'm going to start rewatching.
I think Mackay had a decent first quarter.
Overall, for the standard that was set during those 60 minutes, that was a decent game.
Yeah.
Wow, I forgot they almost fumbled that punt return. Mike Eckler, cruise control. What an idiot, right, John?
We got this whole thing on cruise control. I think I'm going to come over here and help these linebackers give up 8 touchdowns.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. Oops.
Hey, by the way, speaking of teas, we got a text earlier or an email, Matt, from Seth that says, "Is it button or button?" You were triggering the folks in your previous segment with your.
I don't care.
Oh,
I don't care.
That's a Thursday.
I don't care.
That's a Thursday segment.
What is happening? Every time did they? I forget. There was a safety.
Remember, they
Bad
fumbled it.
Mike
They fumbled
Eckler.
it and got called back.
Bad Mike
And
Eckler.
so Iowa punts again, and it's bobbled into the end zone for a safety.
Why is their Australian punter awesome? You know?
Because their special teams coordinator didn't think everything was on cruise control.
Well, their special teams coordinator has Nebraska's special teams kickoff return guy on his team now.
And people forget where their special teams coordinator is.
Michigan State.
Uh-huh.
And people forget
State.
where Kenneth Williams, who averaged 32.3 kickoff return yards per return, which was 5th in the country.
Kickoff return yards per return.
I screwed up. Just ignore it, okay? I screwed up. I said the wrong words in the wrong order.
Is he at Michigan State?
He's at Michigan State.
I actually didn't know that.
He said he wanted to play running back, and then he went to a place where he probably won't play running back. But he's going to return a lot of kicks for LeVar Woods, the future head coach of Iowa, baby. That's what we're saying.
Instead of
You think?
I think that this is a classic. Kirk wants him to go somewhere else to experience a different part of the country, to have a bigger role, just to come back eventually.
But that is going to be a very interesting time for Iowa because of will Ferentz get to announce his successor, or will this be something along the lines of Osborne pulling the power play on Bill Byrne to get Solich in? Will Ferentz have to do the same thing with Beth Getz?
Look at this nice return from Ja'Cory Barney. Wow. Excellent job by Mike Eckler. Oh, there was a flag.
I mentioned that.
Damn it, Rhule.
Cruise control.
Damn it,
Rhule.
Rhule.
Meanwhile, Captain Spaz on the sidelines is like, I'm just on here in cruise control.
No, if he would have said that, John, he would have said
Spaz.
I'm serious, man. I want to see someone just knock his block off when he's
This is crazy.
bouncing up and down the sidelines like a
Cut
stupid pinball.
I cannot remember a John heel turn on anybody
I
locally
didn't
like
heel
this.
turn on anybody.
You
He's
heel
the one-
turn.
He is the
No,
one
this
who made
is-
the dumb comment.
This is
I'm the one that called him out for it.
John-
this is Bash at the Beach, and John is the third
all right.
man with Matt Rhule
I
and
don't
Brett
think so.
Mauer.
Now, look, I don't think John's going to respond to what I'm about to say, but the former head coach of Creighton made a really bad, dumb comment one time, and John never freaked out about that. But Eckler says one bad thing, and we're holding it over his head forever. Forgive him, John. Forgive him. Like you forgave McDermott.
Did Eckler walk out of here like a coward with his tail tucked between his legs?
Wait, you're saying McDermott walked out of here with his tail?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
That's the whole point.
Oh. No,
That's the whole point.
Eckler's still coaching. He was like, I want to coach some more.
I got too many.
I want to coach
tabs.
some more. I want to coach everything. I want to be quarterbacks coach and running backs coach and everything else coach.
Yeah, we really hit home like during the season. Multiple media members were like, "Yeah, Mike kind of realized the writing was on the wall, and he wanted to be the best special teams coordinator he possibly could be. He focused in on special teams, just for him to be like, no, I want to coach defense again."
Yeah. Well,
at the end of the season. He got the itch, John. He needed to scratch the itch after coaching the linebackers.
You know about itches.
Yes, I do. I have a lot of itches. I have bad skin, so I pretty consistently have to itch things.
He must have been. I mean, Eckler must have been. That's why he wasn't running up and down the sidelines against Iowa. He was on the bench scratching himself all game long.
He had an itch. He needed to scratch coaching the linebackers.
Meanwhile, there's another special teams miscue.
Reverend Rhule says, Josh Peterson, did I give you your media credentials back? I have no idea. I haven't applied for any media credentials. I was thinking about that. We got an email over the weekend about it. Should I apply and see what happens?
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I'm busy. I can't go to.
Yeah, you're spotting everywhere. People apparently can't use their eyes. Apparently, play-by-play announcers are blind, so they need Josh to point out where everybody is.
Have you ever been to a broadcast booth, Matt?
No, I haven't. I haven't. I tried walking in, and I wasn't allowed. So
understandable. It's very high up there, and the broadcasters need somebody like me.
I tried meeting Gus Johnson.
Why?
I thought he was cool at the time.
Yikes!
Yeah, bad take.
Terrible take.
This is a really bad take.
Was that the game that he swallowed a bug?
No, that was when
remember that?
That was when Ohio State fumbled the ball on the 50-yard line, and it sat there for about 2 good minutes before anybody picked it up.
Oh,
that was the JSN game. Or was that the – yeah, it was the JSN game.
By the way, Jake –
or, more accurately, the Samori Torre game.
Wow. Jake texts into the show.
Samori Torre, is that what you called it?
Samori Torre.
No, Toure.
It sounded like you said Samori Torre.
Samori Torre.
No, Samori Torre.
It's not your Samori Torre to tell.
It is my Samori Torre to tell.
Samori
When I get hammered, I watch that guy run all over Ohio State.
Isn't Samori Torre the head of the British Parliament?
Dude, Samori Torre almost had
he is saying it that
almost
way.
had 1,000 yards. Samori Torre.
Oh my gosh.
Samori Torre.
By the way, Jake says to prepare for this upcoming season, I'm going to rewatch some Big Red overreactions.
Did you just say hike the ball? Did you just say hike it? You said I'm hike him off sides?
What game was that you said hike him off sides?
The USC game.
I should go check that out. Well, was that late in the season?
Yeah, it was me and Odson. It was my first time ever driving BROR, and I was a nervous mess, and that was our first call.
Really?
A nervous mess?
Yeah, I mean,
that surprises me. You always seem cool as a cucumber for those shows.
No, it was a different era where I felt like I was under a lot more pressure.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I'm just saying.
You are so weird.
There was what? You know.
I know. I told you were being weird in the moment.
I don't have any pressure on me now. Now I am cool as a cucumber, as people say.
This is exciting.
Thank God. Thank God cucumber doesn't have T's in it. That'd be a tough one to mispronounce.
Cucumber.
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 Two-tumber.
Cucumber.
Two-tumper. Cool as a two-tumper. Yeah, Budden was tough.
Ooh, it's
a tough one. Those double T's, they'll get you. You know, they'll get you.
Though.
Those Tory Taylors, they'll get you.
What do you think about this from Blue JR6? I think a new bit for Matt to do is to stop talking about his bad skin on air like Josh had to do with running.
I don't really
talk. Once a quarter every time he talks about his nasty skin.
I don't. Oh, I haven't
done it in a while.
No, I have to take because I'm on Rhythm at Rhythm.
He was talking. No, you talked about the crossover today.
I mean,
I have. It's working. Sky Rizzy is working. Nothing is everything, John.
You ought to be in the commercial doing the dancing with the clowns and
everything.
What is it with all these pharmaceuticals where every commercial has to end in a musical act?
Excellent question.
Where everyone's just dancing in the middle of the town square.
Do you take once a day Jardians?
Like
you know the little pill with the big story to tell.
Story to tell, yeah.
Sky Rizzy works. Centrix works.
You talked about it on the crossover today because you were talking about living in the South and they were making fun of you because you would wear long clothes and something. And you're like, but because my skin's bad.
I woke up this morning and it was a torrential downpour. And so I was like, I guess I got to go long sleeves today.
We should make all the pharmaceutical companies, they always come up with these weird names.
Sure.
Every name should be a description of what the product does.
Yeah.
Sky Rizzy should be called
Make Your Nasty Skin Good.
Skin clear upper.
Yeah, no, Matt McClear upper.
Clear.
Or McClear.
McClear.
McSkin clear.
People are like, that's what Barry Bonds used.
I will say I was insecure about my skin, and Sky Rizzy, it helped me cure that.
That is
Thank you
awesome.
to Sky Rizzy.
That's exciting.
Sponsor our show. Imagine this, Sky Rizzy. Middays with Matt is brought to you by our good friends at Sky Rizzy.
Wow, no free ads, Matt.
And now Matt is confident enough to
could
host a radio show where he's typically not seen.
Sam says,
it'd be a great bit for a commercial.
I think they would say you do the worst job for being insecure about your skin. You host radio. Nobody can view you.
But they can now. It's not
Yeah, but-
1999 anymore.
But you're always at Shucks on Friday nights.
I am. Well, no.
That's who you should
No,
be.
not Friday nights, John. I won't reveal what time I go.
Wednesdays.
No. I go
you'll
on
need
Fridays.
to for the
Oh,
commercial.
wait, Wednesdays you have golf and other crap.
Golf is done.
Softball.
I have darts. It's the finale of darts.
You
and
do
then
too many things.
And then we have it'll
You
be
need to
done.
relax more.
Darts.
Yeah, I have darts tonight.
Darts is done.
Tonight's is the final night of regular season darts, and then
Is it like they call it the super throw?
we have cities on Saturday.
Cities.
Cities, yes. So
What do you mean?
It's like city championships. You play in
Oh.
the city championship.
They should call it like a super throw, or the big bullseye.
You know what, John? Maybe you should work in their marketing department. I bet
think they
NTS is hiring.
How about Dartsamania?
Yeah, that's super creative. You really put on the thinking cap for that one.
It's better than cities.
That
Sounds like you're playing Sims.
was a pretty good play by Cam Lenhart there.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Who
No.
spoke today at Nebraska Media Day?
He bursted through the double team there from Piper.
Is it the year that it finally happens for Cam? Does he finally put it together? This
I
year?
don't want to talk about that. It's the crossover.
Okay, sorry. Let's talk about your nasty skin some more.
Well, I don't know. What beautiful thing about you do we want to talk about?
We need, you know what we haven't done in a long time?
What?
Instapoll.
What do you want to
Should
do?
we
with
talk
Instagram?
about Cam Leonard or Matt Skin?
What would you rather us talk about? Excellent idea.
By the way,
Yeah.
the fact that Bishop announced his bet about a poll with a poll is
Excellent
incredible.
work. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
I wanted to find out. By the way, I didn't know what. Are you offended by the polls? Or have you taken on the
No, I think it's
famously
funny.
there was a morning show that existed on this radio station that didn't like our polls either.
No, I think it's funny when it's something that I've noticed that you're always doing it. And I was like, if I'm going to make a bet, I don't want your money. I want something valuable to you. And so I know polls
it's
are
really
valuable.
not that valuable.
I'm
but
not
cool.
taking away polls because I hate polls. I'm just taking away polls because I know you like polls. And I'm
Why
not
don't you
talking
take
about
away
Ryan
ice cream? I
polls.
like ice cream.
Gosh, I wish we had that.
Yeah,
job.
but if I said, hey, John, you can't eat ice cream for a month if Indiana wins by 20, you know what you would say?
What?
Okay, cool. And then you'd still eat ice cream.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I will honor whatever happens. That I'll need to. I mean, Nebraska's definitely not losing.
Oh,
by
wow,
more
we're
than
doing an
20.
Insta poll.
We got it up on the
Yeah,
screen right
Insta
now. Would
poll.
you rather us talk about Cam Lenhart or Matt's nasty skin? That's the option.
My
right
skin
now.
is not that. Look how
Matt's
clear I am.
Former nasty
Formerly
skin.
nasty skin.
I'm so clean.
By the
Matt
way,
Sky Rizzi.
We used to have this drop because you just kept saying poll over and over where Bino Cook. Do you know who Bino Cook is?
No.
Gosh, so he covered college football a long time. He said that Ron Paulus was going to win 2 Heismans for Notre Dame.
I thought it was 3.
Was it 3 Heismans? But Bino Cook was on this show, and he said, my wife likes the poll, and they don't have it anymore. We do have.
Oh, the Neil Purge.
All right, now I want to see what this is.
Neil Purge.
He did. He purged a lot of stuff.
Hey, do you want to turn it? We got the stuff over there on right now, Jake.
you're
Okay,
good.
do we want to hear this? Bino wishes Bo a happy birthday.
Let's hear it.
Do you want to hear what this is?
I'm
All right, here we go.
curious.
Happy birthday, Bo. It's me, Bino Cook.
I remember this.
As a man that celebrated 216 birthdays, I know a thing or two about being comfortable with who I am. And Bo, at that bowl game press conference, I saw you in a suit coat. And boy, did you look uncomfortable. The last thing you should be on your birthday is uncomfortable. So, Bo, you need to jack it off. Not only the rest of the day, but, Bo, you need to jack it off until the bowl game. Get yourself nice and relaxed. And, of course, happiness, starts at home. So maybe make Mrs. Bo happy and surprise her with a Bo Pelini facial this evening. You'll surprise her. Wait till she goes to bed, and then, boom, Bo Pelini facial. Jack it off, facial. Happy birthday, Bo.
God, the show was so much funnier back then.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, my God.
That was the show that only talked about
Oh, my
sports
God.
and
Likes the
nothing
ball.
else.
Oh my God! How did he get away with that?
Yeah.
Happer says a doctor's name, and everybody flips out.
He did too, that.
I mean, we're talking about facials.
Hey,
Surprise
facials are great.
I've never gotten. I'll stop there.
Stibbs wants us to talk about your nasty skin. Formerly nasty skin.
Yes,
Formerly.
He-
Stop
Insta
starting this
polls.
rumor.
It's
Insta
clear.
polls.
It's cleared
I
up.
use a lot of lotion. I use a lot of natural lotion.
He
You
put
know,
the
in order
lotion
to
on
get
his skin
Yes.
and he flips the hose again.
exactly.
Great reference, John.
Yes, just a nice natural lotion that cleared my skin.
Forgot about that Bo press conference where he wore a suit jacket. He did look very uncomfortable.
Who was that talking?
So that, if I remember right, that was a guy named Donnie.
Yeah.
Donnie.
Okay.
So Donnie, I think he's still with us.
Yes,
Donnie can do reference, or he can do voices of all sorts of college football characters from days gone by. I'm trying to remember who was he had a really famous
Gundy. He did
that
a
was
lot of
the one.
Gundy.
So they would bring him in and he would do a Mike Gundy impression.
Oh, really?
It was pretty funny.
This is Severe and Kugler.
Again, the good old days.
Again, when the show only talked about sports.
Yes, that's the only they ever
did.
talked
And
They
it
had a
was
pretend Bill Callahan.
serious conversation.
Well,
Pretend Mike Gundy.
I did listen. The only because all the Kugler and Severe and Sportsmanlike contacts, like you can't find them. Like I don't know where they're.
well,
where
that's
they're
because they happened before you could record things.
They are both old men, you know. They're both ancient. They
It's
are
such a
ancient.
bummer that
women.
stuff's not on YouTube.
So there is one where it's Billy C's Jukebox,
Okay.
and that was the only segment of Severe and Kugler I ever listened to, and it was very funny. And they made a Kurt Cobain joke that was incredibly insensitive.
Oh, awesome. John makes those all the time. What was it?
Something like Kugler said something about like blowing his head off, and then Michael very quickly was like, "Well, it's only part of his head."
Now,
and I was like, and then by the way, they said that and just moved on, and it was them doing their Billy C impression.
Now today's version of the show, Nick is gone. He wouldn't, so he'd participate with this with me, but
He'd be like, "I'm here."
But him and I would say, "But are we sure it was Kurt?" He had so much heroin in his bloodstream. You can't do anything.
It's not Thursday.
Wow.
It's not Thursday.
Exactly.
It's not, I heard Chuck
important
Klosterman talk about this guy for about 45 minutes before I was like, I get it. It was crazy.
The most important thing about Kurt Cobain, at least his music is dead.
Wow. I like Nirvana.
I actually still play Nirvana.
Of course you do.
As you are.
Good song.
There's a bow.
Are you sure that's not what cleared up your skin?
What? Listening
to Nirvana, because it was like, I can't be around this, and
his skin said,
the
I can't be around
the skin
this.
scabs just committed suicide.
Wow. That'd be pretty funny.
These
takes are terrible.
We really are taking it back to Kugler and Severe right now. No, I just that Klosterman book, like I listened
to
the
90s again.
The entire time, I'd just be like, I get it, guy. I get it. All right. You didn't have phones in the 90s. I get it. You didn't care about the 90s. I get it. Ross Perot was a very polarizing figure.
I don't understand you reading a book about a decade and being like, what's up with all this writing about the decade?
I'm just saying, I get the point.
Why were you reading it?
Well, because he wanted me to read it. And I go through
him.
these phases where I get obsessed with something for X amount of months.
Yeah, you were into reading for a couple
and
days.
I was into reading for 4 months. I read 3 books.
That's awesome.
That's the most amount of reading I've ever done.
And one of them obviously triggered you.
Yeah.
And I didn't like it. It was the first time I read a book, and I was like, wow, I don't appreciate it.
You don't have to read it. Then just stop.
Yeah, don't read it.
Don't be mad about it for months on end. I read a horrible book this year. I don't talk about it, though, because it was terrible.
Yeah, but I'm good at complaining. That's kind of my bit.
You do.
My better thing.
You do complain.
Do you remember the bitching hour?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that never got off. Exactly.
Yeah.
It never got off the ground.
Whatever happened? Remember the thing you were going to do where it was spring?
Oh, yeah. I had Ed do a whole voiceover and everything.
How long did that segment last? A day.
Like 10 minutes.
He was going to do a segment, John, because you know how we didn't talk about spring football because it was basketball season starting in April. If it's April 3rd, he's going to pretend it's March 3rd and talk about the storylines. But he got like halfway through the segment. He was like, "This is very horrible.
This sucks." I was like, "This is terrible."
It was a good idea.
I was like, "This is awful."
Just
Like, I can't do this. I was trying to make like
Boom,
time and date.
facial.
I was trying to make time and date jokes.
Yeah.
And I was like, I could imagine people on the radio listening to this being like, what the hell is going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that horse sex? What was
no,
that?
that's Bill Moose.
No. That's not horse sex.
Do we have any of the old Billy C stuff on the?
Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
Do we have any
It
of
used to have its
Billy
own
C?
page as long as Nick didn't.
Oh, wait. Are
Did
they
Nick get rid of it?
gone? Dude, no, the page is there, but John, there is.
It's desolate. It's
Either-
a desolate Billy C page.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Wow.
Dude, they were funny.
The Billy C page has
Couple
more
on
of
the
a
bottom
future
left.
than Brian C does.
What'd you say?
There's a couple bottom left.
Bottom left?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, no doubt.
So that's a real
Yeah,
drop.
but that's the real
about
guy.
his performance.
Yeah, me too, Bo.
I'm jacked up about his performance.
Hey, how you feeling about Cam Leonard right now?
I'm jacked up about his performance.
That's what
He broke one block, you know.
Yeah, no
Looked
doubt.
good, as opposed to the Joe Moore Award-winning Iowa Hawkeye offensive line absolutely steamrolling Marquise Watson Trent for a good 6.
Gary?
Yep, indeed.
Well, but how many people honestly steamrolled Marquise Watson?
Too many.
I remember
The
last
only
year
team
when
that didn't was Houston Christian.
I remember last year around this time when everybody at the same time realized, he's really small.
Oh, I realized that at the Husker games. Remember, I went to the Husker games.
Yikes!
Oh, that's right. Someone went to that.
I went to the Mechanical Bowl Husker games.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And I saw Marquise Watson Trent, and I was like, "Is that like a cousin?
Is that like his little brother?"
Yeah, I was like, "Is that his what?" And then he like came around, and it said Watson Trent 33 on the back. I go,
"Yikes!"
I'm taller than him.
It
was tough.
Speaking of tiny baby football players, did you see the tiny baby buffs are back?
Yes. Oh my gosh.
The tweet that was put out by Colorado,
dude.
I almost
They
thought
look like little kids.
Somebody took this video and altered it.
Seriously, it doesn't look real.
It does not look real. Everyone looks very
why
small.
Are you triggered?
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, you seem like you were out.
No. I can't stand the tiny baby buffs.
Okay.
They
Well, they're
look
back.
like little boys.
They're back.
I might be bigger than some of those guys.
Now the problem is the last time we donned them the tiny baby buffs,
They beat Nebraska.
Beat the crap out of Nebraska.
Yeah, but that
But the good news is
because
they don't play in Nebraska.
because Jeff Sims, get this guy out of here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more.
This is some of your laziest work.
That's a good drop.
That is some of your laziest work I've ever seen.
Now we should.
What happened to the good Josh Peterson, huh? What happened? What happened to the Josh Peterson I knew? That was creative, on the cutting edge,
Yeah.
willing to say anything and everything and create the most creative bits.
What do you think about this drop? So that goes back to the Bo facial thing.
Ate a couple pieces of her pie.
That's Steve Simple.
Boom, Bo facial. It sounded like a Madden reference. Boom, there you go.
All right,
You know,
so
you got
more.
teams that are playing today and
John-
teams that aren't playing today, and the teams that are playing today are the teams that are winning today.
Wow, that's a pretty good Matt.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
That is
Your Gruden is number one. That might be your second best.
No, I was giving Mike Collinsworth. Did you hear Mike Collinsworth? I mean, Mike.
Matt's better.
yeah.
I do want to play this, and then I'll stop playing random drops because John, you're going to remember this.
I never say anything stupid. I say smart things like
That was so good.
That was real. Just started
We
coughing.
were at it. Horseman's. No.
Is that where we were up on top of the thing?
Yeah, we were in that kind of goofy little wooden press box thing. And
Dude, so we were outside, and it was a hot summer day. Bob Stoops retired that day.
Yes, he did.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And we were sitting on these old metal chairs, and I
Yes.
had on white plaid shorts.
Tough.
My butt on those shorts. I had to throw them away.
Yeah.
The whatever that chair.
It was
metal.
sticky.
No, it just
was so white
Okay,
and
stop
sticky.
being-
Boom, Bo facial.
No, it was brown and
Oh,
gross.
oh,
But not
okay.
that. I wasn't.
Boom, Bo crap.
I wasn't pooping myself. Don't put it on the internet that I crapped myself.
Wow, brown and sticky.
Yeah, pretty terrible.
You know what? We are going to do middays with Matt from a horse track at some point, and I cannot wait to lose so much money on the air.
Yeah,
It's going to be
you're already
awesome.
doing a really good job. But did you hear his math earlier in the crossover today, John?
Did you have struggles with math?
Oh, it was Nick tier. It
No,
was
my
horrible.
math is good. Give me two numbers. I'll multiply them
He
right
said,
now.
What is your percentage that you get back for
3%.
So he goes, yeah, the soup is $16, so I get back $3.
Three was in my head. I had threes in my head.
Yeah.
Just like I was back in Lincoln and at
That's Nick
Brothers,
tier.
I had threes in my head, you know?
That's Nick tier. Pretty terrible.
That's pretty good Nick math.
You got
Yeah.
that was a good one. You got that one. That was
pretty
come on,
good.
that was pretty good. You got to
That's
give me
all
some
right.
credit. You know?
That's all right.
Give me two numbers. I'll do them right now. I'll
10
do
times 48.
480. That's
Dang it,
easy.
why did I do 10?
That's
I
so
should've
easy.
done-
What are you doing?
16 divided
Yeah.
by 3.5.
Well, I can't do that. I mean, that's
You're a moron.
10
ridiculous.
times the square root of 49.
There you go.
70.
Very good.
Yeah.
Wow, good job.
I know
buddy.
my square roots.
Here we call them square roots.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, programs.
Thank you.
My apologies. Hey, by the way,
Yeah.
You gave one of the worst gifts to me ever.
What?
What did I give you?
So he gave me a poster. Okay.
Oh,
One second. I'm
poster
not
from the
time out.
Okay.
Time
Wish
out.
you didn't say a facial.
Time out. Boom. Both facial.
Surprise facial.
Okay.
Yeah.
And It's a type of poster I've
poster,
never
right.
really seen, but like the types of dimensions it is.
No,
right?
I didn't buy this poster.
I don't have. I don't like have frames for this type of poster. It's
Neither
a
do I.
horizontal. It's a horizontal poster.
Yeah.
So I asked him. I go, hey, what's the dimensions of this poster? Because that way I can get a proper frame. And do you know what he responded with me with? Oh, I don't know.
How am I buy the poster?
Well, so I'm just saying, how am I supposed to know what the dimensions are and put it in a frame if I don't know the dimensions?
So I would take out
yeah, but
Tape measure.
yeah, that's what I would have done.
that's so much work. Why can't you just know? Why couldn't you just get me a better gift?
Well, he did.
Matt, I got you a 24 by 36.
Because it's not a 24 by 36.
Well, I'm
So
guessing.
thank you. That would have been useful information.
Did you buy
I mean,
a
how
frame?
many people know how big the posters are?
Correct. Thank you, John. Yeah, Matt's just being a big idiot right now.
I would have liked
Boom,
a little
surprise gift.
facial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I went to a movie. They gave out posters at the movie. I was like, Matt, do you want this poster? And he said, yeah, that sounds great. Why would I know the size of it?
I don't know.
Why were they giving? They still give away posters.
Isn't
of
that
things?
cool? Isn't that
Mhm.
dope?
Yeah.
I have an Iron Man poster from when it released in 2008.
That's
Holy crap.
Very,
You were like 3.
Yeah.
That's very
I was
1993.
3. I was 6.
3 times 2.
That one-eyed Pat Driscoll. When's Patty coming back? When's the next time you ref a Pat Driscoll game?
I don't know.
You should take a
Probably,
pic.
probably in November.
Why would he know, Matt? It's August 4th.
You should take a picture with him next time you see him,
Mm.
and
Sure.
cover. You know how Rhule does the Nebraska thing. You should take a picture with him and cover one of your eyes. You know.
I don't think that would be
Like-
nice. I think with that, we should probably end the crossover. We have a busy show.
Well,
ahead.
that was what Farron's on today. Oh, it's too soon to tell. All right.
We will probably say that. We have a lot of stuff. We have 5 guests today.
You
Yeah.
have 5 guests.
This is like,
It's old school morning show stuff up in here.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
we never had
2016 type stuff.
We never had that many guests. In
Old school.
morning
I'm talking
show.
about old school when they would have like 8, including one at
What?
like 9:53.
Yeah, in the last segment.
Someone did
and then
email.
Game Time with Nick
Before
Ball
the
would start
era
at
of the
10:10.
Yeah, before the era of crossovers.
Hey, telling you right now, we're gonna have a little 5-minute interview on Thursdays during the football season.
Oh yeah. Oh, is it
Well-
the guy that I texted you about the other day?
Quick little call. Quick
Yeah.
little call, my boy.
Yeah.
We talked yesterday about Indiana. We're just talking
I know who
together.
this guy is.
Just 2 men talking about
John,
Indiana.
it's an old friend of the Grum
Did he?
who may have said Bubbalo.
Great.
Yeah, when he responded, I just didn't even say anything back.
Well, enjoy.
Great crossover, everybody.
Have fun. All right, we'll be back. Busy Grum, 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I just want it known for the record, he wants to watch the whole game.
Yeah, so you got to search 20. Go back up to the search and search 2025.
Well,
if you just search Las Vegas Bowl, you're getting every Las Vegas Bowl ever.
There ain't that many.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, yes, UNO.
Cinematic recap.
For a second, when I saw the title, I thought, no way Husker Vision did a cinematic recap of the Vegas Bowl. They did not.
By the way,
it would be something.
I just went and searched 2025 Las Vegas Bowl to
And?
see,
And
and there is not anything available. It's just highlights. So
Really?
Yep. I guess we just got to watch highlights.
oh, wait a minute.
What?
That game was on the ESPN, correct?
Yes. Oh, would it be available on the all-new ESPN Unlimited,
Well,
which we
here-
have right now?
Well, but here's the problem. I don't have the access to this account.
YouTube.
The YouTube.
Well, Matt does, and if I wonder if Matt has set
Matt?
up.
No, Matt.
This is Matt's ESPN,
Oh,
isn't
it
it?
is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So maybe he set up the
the
whole.
Little League Softball World Series.
Dude, oh my gosh, I hate.
I
This
forgot
month.
this is Josh's favorite time of
I
year.
hate this month.
The Little League World Series of softball and baseball.
I was listening to Schick and Nick earlier this week, and Matt mentioned, yeah, I'm going to be doing some Little League garbage.
Oh,
And
yeah.
My words, not his. Matt would never say that, and I just thought, ugh. That was my exact reaction. Pretty gross.
Well, let's see
Pretty
if they have
gross.
it here. Let's see if
Yeah.
they'll have the. Yes, Josh wants to watch because
It's
good.
important
It's-
for prep.
It's good scouting for Nebraska's running.
In all seriousness, because like I've been thinking about watching games. Man, I think we might
You
be
want to watch a Las Vegas Aces game? Oh wait, we
maybe the
banned it.
Raiders Cardinals game, John. Maybe Raiders Cardinals.
Oh yeah,
Let's
that'll
see.
be
Let's see.
exciting.
We might be SOL.
We
Yeah,
might be.
So normally at this time of year, I do like to rewatch some old games and check stuff out. But right now, it's kind of hard because the first 9 games last year, Dylan Raiola, who had some things to say today, John, or yesterday, he's the quarterback. What can I learn from watching Dylan Raiola hand the ball off to Emmett Johnson? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Good point.
And so the bowl game is the thought. Like, yeah, I could watch TJ Lateef. I could watch the running back.
You could.
Makai Nelson.
You could watch TJ Lateef.
I could watch TJ Lateef.
But
Yeah.
apparently the Teefies are being denied. But you know what the good news is?
What?
We have Lateef.
Who does?
We
You.
do.
You and me? We booked him on the show?
We didn't book him on the
Nice
show.
get, Jake.
We didn't book him on the show.
Oh, okay.
But we do have
Yeah.
TJ Lateef.
I mean, he is on the roster. He is a quarterback for
he
Nebraska.
spoke today.
He did speak today.
He said words. He said many
He-
fine words.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
not many.
No. Short and to the point, John.
These are at least the players that they brought to the podium today.
Yeah.
Were very brief.
Yeah.
Like 15-word answers.
Like Scott Frost that one time when he was super triggered at that
Yeah,
press conference.
But
Iowa Classic. They won by 24. Anyway,
Well,
sorry. I mean, it's fun for them, sure, but it's
Well,
not
yeah,
classic. I would just call it Iowa wins. That's what I would
I
call
mean,
it.
did they or did they not have the 98 Orange Bowl as a Nebraska Classic?
That's true. That's true.
And Nebraska won that game famously by 25.
Sad Husker fan says Raiola is a clown.
Whoa, come on now.
That used to be your quarterback. You loved that guy a year ago.
Everyone loved him. Remember the poem?
Oh my gosh. John, I will never forget the poem.
Men of few words.
Yeah, you were just making reference to
on the
that.
Grum Down.
Nice.
Big trade deadline overreaction with the host of Big Bear Overreaction, Mike Farron.
Is Farron actually going to have an opinion on any of these moves, or is he going to tell us it's too early to tell?
Well, I mean, technically he would be right because most of these guys have only played a game or two with their new clubs.
Has
some like Scooble aren't pitching until tonight.
That's when Scooble's pitching?
Yes.
Are they playing the Cubs?
Yes.
Is it in Chicago?
Yes.
How you feel?
Fine.
We did bet of the day. Would you pick the Cubs?
Actually, I might because the Dodgers are like minus 220 in Chicago.
Of the day.
I mean, from a price standpoint, it would be worth it. I'm not saying they will, but from a price standpoint, it might be worth it.
Amazing Daniel says Cornhusker fans in corn hats are super triggered about references to corn in Nebraska. Nice.
Michael Bruns of Husker247.com.
Oh, nice get, Jake.
Iowa State and 25 teams.
Oh, wow. This is a roster that
John
is
Walters
changing.
might need a program this year.
Yeah, honestly, he might ask us questions about the roster.
He might need 2 spotters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, does he need any help?
He might need 2.
All right, I'm happy
there's
to
so
help.
many new people.
I love spotting things.
Mitch Holtis updates us on the old married guy, and he's not talking about himself.
Nice, or you.
Or me.
I'm not old yet.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Awesome.
Nebraska's turnover blues.
Got the
Blue. Super hot take, Market.
I have multiple takes.
And what did Dylan say that got people so dadgum triggered?
He said they in the state of Nebraska have Interstate 80, and I don't like that interstate. Up here in Oregon, we have whatever the interstate is they have in Oregon.
Yeah, but Interstate 80, that's like the
I love
drug
Interstate 80.
pipeline from west to east and back.
I like that our interstate in Nebraska goes coast to coast. Not every state can say that. I think it's pretty cool.
It does, but it gets a little congested once it goes back down to 4 lanes.
Dude, when I was driving to Denver, there was multiple spots with construction along the way, and it was very upsetting. Deeply, deeply upsetting.
We are in solidarity with all of you listening in on 97.7 The Zone, somewhere trapped on the interstate.
Good luck to you.
Because it's only 4 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
Out here in the east, we get 6.
It's nice. It's quite nice.
It is very nice. It's
Can
very
we just
nice.
add to it? I think we should just add more lanes.
We probably could. Would you like to hear from Nebraska's new quarterback?
TJ Lateef?
No, I said their new quarterback. Latifis, they're old. We might want to call him Ladentures.
Are you talking nice? Are you talking
He's
about
old now?
Anthony Calandria?
He is.
Some people have given him a nickname Int. I would never call him that. We are Ints. Remember Int for interception. Some people call him that.
That's lame.
Would you rather him be called T.O.?
T.O.
Turnover. Because he fumbles too.
Come on.
Should we call him the Baker?
He ain't been intercepted or turned the ball over
Their
yet.
words, not mine, John. I'm just repeating what I heard.
I like AC.
AC. It's just an initial.
So
you come from the generation.
AJ is an initial. It's a cool initial.
You come from the generation of good nicknames. And now you want to call a guy by his initials. That's boring. I don't call you JB.
We used to use initials all the time.
Yeah, but you also had fun nicknames, like Iceman, George Gervin. That's pretty cool. Why don't we call him something fun like that? Coltrane, writes Doug in Idaho. What about Coltrane?
You know what? That'll be our goal.
What does Nick call him? Colander?
That'll be our goal for the first 3 games of the season.
A nickname?
Is to come up with a proper nickname for Anthony Calandria.
Brian says, quoting Anthony Calandria, Matt Rhule is one of the best coaches I've ever had. And I bought a Huskers t-shirt online by accident. He did buy that shirt on accident that one time. And then he ended up at Nebraska.
Well, speaking of that,
of the shirt,
here's Calandria talking about how much he enjoys Matt Rhule. Maybe this was the quote that our listener was referring to.
Yeah, Coach Rhule's awesome. He just keeps it real. Like, he's going to tell you what it is. So I really appreciate that from him. And no, he's one of the better coaches I've ever had in my life, just off telling you really what it is.
Why yin to his yang? How do you guys balance each other out?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm going to ask him about that. I really don't know.
One of the best coaches?
AC's going to learn. He's AC until further notice.
Okay.
Is going to learn about yin to yang and what that means. Something tells me he probably, because that's kind of an older expression.
It is. That's
he
not
might not
something
even
that
understand what that is.
Jake, do you know yin to yang? Have you ever heard that?
I mean, I have heard of it.
Okay.
AC might be thinking,
old people.
That's one of them racist cartoons that you old people used to watch.
He might actually say that. Now, how do we feel about him saying Matt Rhule is one of the best coaches he's ever had? Interesting. Not the best
He's
coach?
had a lot of coaches.
Yeah, but you would hope that Matt Rhule is the best. If he's not the best, is that a tough look for Rhule?
It's okay. It's okay not to. It's okay not to have judgment right away.
Dan Mullen's a better coach, right?
What?
Dan Mullen's a better coach, right?
For right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. I was just asking the question.
He was asked today about the skill guys that he has around him.
Yeah, no, I think it's been great just for all those guys, running backs, receivers, tight ends. They all look good. In OTAs, those dudes are running around and making plays, so I'm excited for camp.
We told you he's a man of few words.
Dude,
I am not editing these at all.
Yeah.
No edits whatsoever. I'm not going in there like Nick does and taking out every little breath and pause and all that other. No.
Why does he do that?
I don't know.
Nick, you're allowed to leave in breathing.
Yeah, they're allowed to breathe. If AC is not allowed to breathe, prediction, put it on the list.
Uh-oh.
If AC is not allowed to breathe, he will not gain a yard this year for Nebraska.
It's hard to argue with you there, John. Nick is like the bad guys from Galaxy Quest, where he's just trying to remove all of the air from the room. Remember that when they were trying to kill all the aliens?
Yes.
Unreal.
I feel bad for old Kyle Crooks. AC walks on. Oh, he drops dead. He wasn't allowed to breathe. He wasn't allowed to breathe.
Where's Nick Grimm?
He's perfectly normal. I mean, he can breathe, but he wasn't allowed to.
Nick Grimm somewhere watching from West Stadium using a no breathing gun. Unreal.
He was asked today about the differences he will see from his old stomp in the Mountain West to the Big Ten.
Just different looks, right? Like Mountain West and the Big Ten, it's a different ball game, right? The Big Ten has way better players, so I think they do a lot of different looks, and a lot of teams just could run just man, right? In Mountain West, you've seen a lot of zone looks, but Big Ten, you're going to get really what it is man.
Okay.
I don't know. You might start seeing a little bit more zone AC because if you're a running quarterback, I mean, zone, you got to play in front of you and watch.
Mm-hmm.
You play a little too much man. Guy gets out of the contain.
Mm-hmm.
Defensive back's got his back turned running down the field.
Yeah. I would imagine that they will do a lot of different looks in the Big Ten.
Yes, it won't be just that simple.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna hold up a sign on the sideline. Remember when they used to do that? When they used to hold up them big stupid posters? You know, the kind that McMaster got triggered about because I don't know what size they are.
That's
Can you imagine McMaster being a quarterback and they're holding up those posters? He'd be like,
this is a frame.
how big is it? I need a frame.
I need a frame for it.
What did you tell me?
Man, I miss that era of college football with the signs.
I don't.
Come on, man.
That was
was
dumb.
so much fun.
That was dumb.
No, it was fun.
It was dumb,
You
man.
had to teach the plays, and it was like, oh, hey, I see dog.
You
and
do
that
what
means...
Tom did. You have all the receivers.
Oh, split ends, sending them in.
All 18 receivers around you, and you send
Terrible.
one in.
I hated that era of football. I like goofy signs. Bring back the goofy signs.
Well,
It's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Signs. Yep. I missed that.
One more Calandria. He was asked about the quarterbacks he looked up to when he was growing up. And this will make you feel
Peyton
old.
Manning?
This will make you feel old.
Uh-oh.
I think growing up, I always watched Johnny Manziel and Baker Mayfield. Those are like my two guys that I've always watched. But other than that, really no. I just try to be myself. But you could always pick Matthew Stafford's my favorite quarterback to watch in the NFL just because
he's old.
He's so precise. He's a great quarterback. But no, I think Baker and Johnny were like the two I looked up to.
Don't like that, John.
I don't either.
John, I do not like this.
don't either.
I was thinking about it the other day. I was wondering how many players in the NFL are older than me because it's a short list.
It is.
Matthew Stafford is definitely older than me. There's probably a kicker or two. Stafford's older than me by like a year.
Okay.
He's 38. I'm 37.
Okay.
It's a small, dwindling list. I do not like it.
It's pretty
I
much
hate that.
It's pretty much Matthew Stafford and maybe like 3 or 4 kickers.
I hated that whole answer. I hated that whole
Welcome
answer.
to my world.
Pesky Blues writes, hell yeah, JB. JP is losing it. No, stop it with the initials. Stop it.
Well, again, we got to have something to hold us over. It's a placeholder. That's all it is. It's a bookmark. You're familiar with the bookmark.
I know
what
a
the
bookmark. I love books.
You probably have an embossed bookmark. You probably have it's all fancy laminated.
I do have a cool bookmark though. I bought one recently.
Of course,
it was like a $5 bookmark.
Probably off of an old wooden ship.
It is not wood, but it is a sturdy bookmark.
Oh, a sturdy bookmark.
Nice and sturdy.
Nerds.
It's pretty sweet, man.
Well, we got it. This is the bookmark nickname until we come up
What if
with
we call him the bookmark?
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. Stips quoting Calandria, but twisting the words just a little bit.
Oh, God.
I looked up to the 2 biggest douchebags in college football history. Remember how much he hated?
He did hate Mayfield.
He doesn't like. Remember, with Stibbs, if you're a white quarterback with any attitude, Calandra better watch out.
That's
Stips
true.
is going to
Yeah,
be
co-
saying some
oh.
stuff about this guy on the internet.
We may have to, you know what? That may be the inspiration for the nickname. The bane of Stibbs' existence.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good nickname. A little wordy, but I like it.
It is. That's more like a title.
Yeah.
We'll call Calandria the bane of Stibbs' existence, but
With
then
a
there'll
different
be
name on
but
top?
then there'll be a nickname,
Excellent idea.
right?
It's like a Game of Thrones
That's
title.
true. I forgot about that.
He
Stibbs had an
hated
irrational
him.
hate for white quarterbacks with an attitude.
Does he still hate Baker Mayfield, I wonder? Does
He
still
should,
hate
man.
him?
Baker's he's a family man. He's a good dude.
I recommend watching this season of Quarterback. He was on it, and he's fun. He's
Now
a really
I only,
fun quarterback.
now my only regret, now that you reminded me of this, that great Baker Mayfield moment for the Rams. Well, actually, no,
Dude,
he
that
did have a
came up
great
in
moment.
2 episodes.
It did happen again. He crushed
Raiders.
the Broncos on Christmas Day.
Oh, I forgot.
Remember
about
that?
I do.
Stibbs, take that.
They talked
My
about
white quarterback with attitude.
They talked about that Rams thing like multiple episodes. It was in the first episode, and then they did another flashback to it in like episode 5. Because he was like, it changed my whole life. It changed because you remember he was with the Browns, and then he like bounced around like 3 or 4 teams,
Right.
ended up with the Rams. That changed his whole career, and now he's going after the Bucks.
Now he wants
Pay me.
Well,
Good luck to you,
He's
Baker.
literally going after the Bucks,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
the Tampa Bay Bucks, and
Yeah.
the money Bucks.
He is very frustrated.
All right.
It's frustrating.
Well, you know what? Here's an idea. If you don't like my placeholder,
Yeah.
we'll do an interim nickname contest on the YouTube chat.
Awesome idea.
YouTubers today, if you're watching it on the stream,
Yes.
we need an interim nickname. We'll call it a bookmark nickname until we establish a firm one.
I like
in
it.
September, but we need a bookmark nickname for AC.
I like it. Excellent
Anthony
idea.
Calandria.
Excellent idea.
402-951-1620 Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USD16. And Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
Sorry.
Mike Farron will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stib.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Big trade deadline overreaction with the host of Big Bear Overreaction. Mike Farron joining us from
Arizona. He's in Arizona.
I'm home. I'm a little disturbed as I was messaging you earlier about John, because I've never seen somebody so excited about preseason football announcer assignments as Josh. And like literally there is nothing. I mean, no sporting event in the world. I would rather watch the Real Housewives of Keokuk than watch a preseason football game.
Are we allowed to say that?
It's a town in Iowa.
It's a town in Iowa, Josh.
Eastern Iowa, Keokuk.
I was a little confused. I was like, wait, did I tweet about announcers? And then I realized I did. I quote tweeted.
You did. Yeah, you did. I was like, that is the saddest. I just spent a day with Kugler and like,
shout out.
Like he doesn't even want to be doing preseason games. I don't think. Don't tell his employers that.
I'm going to be working behind the scenes next weekend in Kansas City for the Rams Chiefs game. I can't wait. It's going to be.
What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be the spotter for JB Long.
It's funny that you said that because I told Kevin, I was like, hey, man, when you come to Arizona, I'm happy to be your spotter if you need somebody who's really bad at it.
Nice. I'm really
like, well, that's a ringing endorsement. I was like, yeah, let's ask Kenneth. He'll tell you I was terrible.
Nobody has pointed at names like I have over the years. It's
incredible.
I
would love this. I think that should be something that announcers, not that there's no gambling at Bushwood, but the loser has to have the worst spotter in the world.
Whoa, that is a great.
Oh, that's in your fantasy football league.
Yes.
That's what it is that you have to have the worst spotter and worst statistician for your first broadcast of the year.
Really
Actually,
great.
I would place fantasy sports in order to have that
for the punishment.
Whoever finished last.
You
that would be amazing.
Some poor schlep having to read a stat. This quarterback said hike 18 times last drive. This is terrible. This is worthless. It doesn't make any sense.
It appears if they get 10 yards here, it'll be a first down.
Well, last weekend we were told that baseball was ending. I have seen this. I wish I would have saved the tweet so I could have the screenshot of it.
What happened?
But there was somebody after the Skubal trade was announced that basically tweeted, this essentially guarantees that we don't see one inning of Major League Baseball in 2027.
Oh my gosh.
Godly. I mean, so I put this out on because I don't want to deal with all the crap on Twitter. I do have a Blue Sky account, and I put out one of my favorite articles of all time from The Onion from 2003 that said Yankees ensure pennant by acquiring every player in baseball, which is one of my favorites because it was both hilarious and also they did win the pennant that year, but they lost the World Series.
The Marlins.
And it's just a great reminder that like past is prologue, right?
Yeah.
This is the same stuff we heard 25 years ago, and yet we're still around. So like, I'm not like, come on, like, let's not overreact to any of this. I get the frustration with the Dodgers from other fan bases, and they also like didn't win a non-pandemic World Series from 1988 until 2024, right?
Yeah.
And it's the first time they've been back-to-back World Series champions in a quarter century. So like, I do think that there needs to be a little bit of a slow your roll on it, while at the same time acknowledging that they have massive financial advantages compared to everybody else. And a lot of that is because of the decisions that the owners have made on their unwillingness to allow smaller market teams to keep their own revenue or to reduce the amount of money that those smaller market teams can spend in the draft to acquire amateur talent, which is the lifeblood of any organization, and how you allowed them to compete with the big boys. So like, this is not just tied to payroll is the easiest thing to look at, but it is way, way more complicated than that. And, it'll get figured out at some point. We'll see then, but
obviously the people on Twitter are going to be people on Twitter. I assume you've talked to some inside of the sport. Like what was their reaction to this move? Those that are working for franchises.
No, nobody was surprised. I mean, it's like the way it's set it up. Like, one of the things that the Dodgers financial largesse has allowed them to do is to acquire a lot of free agent players that block the prospects. And they also happen to be one of the best at scouting and player development. So they were always going to have the best package that they could offer, because for a team like Milwaukee or for Tampa Bay, making the decision, like, let's use Milwaukee as an example. And this is some based on the reporting of Adam McCalvey at MLB.com this morning. But like, if the Tigers ask for Logan Henderson in a deal, it's really hard to part with Logan Henderson, because you're getting back to what you can have for 2 months instead of 6 years. And Logan Henderson's pretty good major league starting pitcher. For the Dodgers, River Ryan didn't even have a spot on the big league roster, and he should be in the big leagues on most teams. And so I think that's where that discrepancy is, and why none of us were surprised that he ended up with the Dodgers. I think the biggest thing was, like, we wonder if they could have pushed in for one more piece. Scott Harris kind of addressed that yesterday in somewhat snarky fashion. But like, in the end, the return is exactly what, like, if you look at what returns for rental ace level starting pitchers are at the deadline, the Tigers got commiserate with what every other deal has been over the last 20 years for that. And there's only been a handful of those anyway.
So from the Brewers standpoint, and I understand the case with Henderson, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Why would you give up a guy with 6 years of control for a 2-month rental?
Who's on your major league roster now? Right? Like that, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
exactly. But what they did do, I mean, they traded with the Cardinals, they got May and they got Romero, but did they do enough in terms of, forget about Skubal for a moment? I could understand there being some frustration from Brewer fans, like, okay, if you're not going to get a Skubal, you should have gotten X. Or do you think they did the most they could, given the circumstances they were facing and the limitations they wanted to put on their own prospects?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who option Y was, right? And I think option Y in this case was probably pretty similar to what Dustin May was. I think this is one of those things that we're going to have to adjust on, just like we did on pitcher wins. Teams are not evaluating based on ERA anymore, right? It's an in-zone contact rate, it's quality of contact, it's swing and miss, it's chase. So these are the things they're evaluating pitchers on. And May gets a lot of weak contact. I think I've seen him pitch in person and on TV a bunch this year, and I don't think that his numbers are indicative of how well he's throwing the ball. He's also going to go from in front of a pretty good Cardinals defense to a really good one with the Brewers. And I would think, as a guy who when he is at his best is getting a fair amount of ground balls, that will help him too. I really thought he was an underrated asset at the deadline. And I really like the pickup. Jojo Romero's had a weird year in that he's been better against righties than lefties. He's also out after having an appendectomy right after the All-Star break. He was at home in Phoenix. They were getting ready to open the second half in Phoenix, and the night before the second half opener, he called and was like, I'm not feeling well. And they took him to the hospital and took his appendix out. So he'll be a couple weeks away. Antonio Senzatella's had a really nice year for Colorado, and it gives them a lot more depth. But more than anything, like, did they get the power bat that they needed? No, but like, who was the best power bat that moved at the deadline this year? There just weren't any, right? Like, the best hitter was probably, Adley Rutschman was the best hitter in the end, which was a big surprise and a huge price to pay for Boston, keeping him away from the Yankees, getting him inside the division. Like, it was a very healthy return that the Orioles got. Then it's like Luis Arraez, Lars Nootbaar, I don't know that those are needle movers for Milwaukee. Milwaukee's already got a lot of contact hitters. Nootbaar is a corner outfielder who, draws a lot of walks, but I mean, they've got a lot of those guys anyway. So it's not like there was that shortstop or third baseman that moved that would have been a great fit for Milwaukee in the end. So I think they did what the market allowed them to do.
Mike, speaking of the Sox, so like, the Dodgers were already at a very high level, and so Skubal, increases their chances to win the World Series, but they were already super high
probably
up.
by less than it would for others.
And so that's what I want to ask you. Red Sox, in your opinion, the biggest increase, or was it somebody else?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's like, hey, I think Cleveland fortified themselves in a way that makes it feel like they've got a better chance to make the postseason. And if that's the case, then maybe that increases their odds some. I don't know. I don't put a whole lot of stock into like who's got the best odds of winning the World Series because the favorite, the last 2 years notwithstanding, and actually 2 years ago, the Dodgers weren't really the favorite. They had to come through the wild card round. Remember, last year, even they came through the wild card round. Like I don't think that there's really like somebody that I go, man, like all of a sudden they're a World Series favorite for it. To me, the binary exercise is, do you have a chance to win the World Series by making the postseason or not? So who increased their chances of making the postseason the most? I think that's the real question. I thought the Pirates did really well with what they did to improve the bullpen with a very good offensive team. I thought Cleveland solidified their roster with the 4 trades that they made, which is a lot for Cleveland. They generally don't do that much. I think like the Twins increased their odds of getting to the postseason, although I think it's a long shot still, by improving their bullpen. So I look at it more that way as to how do you increase the depth of your roster? Who do you replace with guys who are better than what you had? Because that's what's going to fuel you over these last 2 months and give you a chance in the playoffs. And in the playoffs, as we've talked about plenty, like anything can happen. The favorite doesn't win 80% of the time like they do in the NBA and baseball.
Of course, we're burying the lead. Everyone wants to know about the Cubs.
Definitely. What's up with the
Cubs? They had
Cubs?
a great deadline.
I was impressed. I was impressed.
There's a good answer for who may have increased their odds the most. Like I think that the division's in play for them. Like I don't think it's out of play.
I won't go that
6 games in the loss column.
I know, but
they improved their rotation.
Like every time the Cubs win, the Brewers win. When the Cubs lose, the Brewers lose. Like
they try to win on days they lose.
They should. They really should.
John.
It is only August, John.
But this haul overall, I mean, you pick up a couple of really good starters. Gosman, of course, who was a World Series hero last year for Toronto. Holmes from the Mets, and my favorite new Cub, because I once took the Zephyr John.
Is it the guy who doesn't believe in Babe Ruth?
I once took the Zephyr John across country once. It was a really great ride. Really great. But I mean, they went out. They identified what they needed to do. And while they didn't get from the Angels, I just had brain.
Reed Detmers, but I mean,
which I was kind of hoping for, but I think they did really well.
I do too, and they benefited the Mets nixed a deal that would have sent Clay Holmes to the Diamondbacks because of concerns on medicals on one of the prospects that would have been going back, and they couldn't rework the deal. So the Cubs were able to swoop in and add him after they'd already added 2 starting pitchers. With Braxton Garrett, I don't even know how much he's going to impact the big league roster this year, but they
sent him to AAA, so.
And he doesn't have that much service time this year. He may end up being under team control for 3 more years, which is something that they desperately need, right? Because they don't have everybody's a free agent on their rotation after this year, just about. So I thought that was a good move. I think even adding Tyrone Taylor to give them another right-handed hitting option, in the outfield who can play all 3 outfield positions and plays them well, and Craig Counsell knows. Like I thought those were really good. And if Ryan Zephyr-John's July is any indication of where things are going, like all of a sudden he stopped walking guys and was still punching out 40% of the hitters that he faced. His stuff is good. And I tell you, like I've done stuff with Perfect Game for going on 15 years. I still think Ryan Zephyr-John has the fastest arm of any high schooler I ever saw. It was lightning quick. He's from Kansas. He was in the same
Jayhawks
draft group. Well, but before they grew up in Kansas, and he was in the same high school classes. You remember Riley Pint, who threw 100 before a lot of guys threw 100. The Rockies took number 3 overall. Zephyr-John was also in that group, and I think he's a really talented arm. I thought they had one of the best, if not the best, deadline of any of the contenders.
Mike, I have a non-trade deadline question for you. Do you have any other trade deadline stuff?
Not well. I suppose one other thing, and that would be, I mean, because you already mentioned the Boston and the price they paid for Rutschman. I'm curious what you thought, because I saw this observation today on the Phillies going out and getting Arias. If they play him at second base, that could start a chain reaction that moves guys around and puts Bryce Harper back in the outfield, something he hasn't done in 5 years.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Defensively a little weaker.
Yeah. So Arise is going to play second. That moves Bryson Stott to third. That moves Alec Boehm to first. That moves Bryce Harper to right. That's a lot of changes,
Yes.
right? And they already play Edmundo Sosa out of position in left field against some left-handed pitching too, because he's an infielder really that does that. I'm a little bit concerned about their defense. I appreciate Harper going to David Dombrowski and being like, you want me to go back to the outfield temporarily? I'll do it. If that's the best bet you can get is on the infield, because there weren't great outfield options. And so like they did what they had to do to improve the offense. But I think Stott will be fine at third. I mean, Boehm's problem isn't going to be his defense at first. It's that he just hasn't been a very good offensive player for most of his career. And this year he's been especially bad. Harper, I think, will be fine in right. It'll be fringy. Arise has improved significantly on the defensive end this year, but I think the metrics are a little bit overcooked on him, and it probably plays closer to average. So, like, they got a bat, which they really needed, and they moved around players to be able to do it. And I think their veterans deserve a lot of credit for doing that. But I also am just a little bit worried that it's not going to be enough. And as awesome as Arise is, and he is a really great hitter, and it is fun to watch him hit because he's such a throwback to like the old days when the singles hitters were really a thing in the 70s and 80s. He's just not probably going to have that significant an impact, although it does definitely make them better. So I think they have a lot of things to worry about. The back of the rotation is still an issue. They did address the bullpen a little bit. I think that will get somewhat better, but they're tied for the second wild card spot right now. And I am a little bit concerned about the age in their lineup, and because they have a number of guys that are really underperforming.
Mike, I've made reference before that like there are various baseball topics that kind of break through, and I start seeing them more and more. And if I'm seeing them, then it's like, okay, is this something that really, really matters? Is it a popular play, whatever it is? So I will use that as an entry point into this Paul Skeens velocity discussion. Yeah. Like, what have you made of this? Is there like a there? Is this? How concerning should this be? Because now multiple times over the last however many weeks, I'll just see these tweets after one of his starts where it's like, yeah, another game where his velocity didn't reach this level like it usually did.
So his velocity's been down all year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a mechanics expert, so I can't tell you whether or not it's something mechanical or if it's something physical. It may just be that he's another year older and the velocity's not going to be there quite to the same. I also would argue that while the velocity is important to Skeens, the most important thing that he generally has is his ability to command his fastball and put it where he wants to. And whether it's averaging 99 or averaging 97 shouldn't make that much of a difference at that end. The problem is that there has clearly been something going on in his delivery that has not allowed him to consistently repeat his mechanics. And so you'll see Skeens often in starts, like missing really badly to the glove side. Like if you watch him, I think he's going tomorrow, right? Game's on ESPN against the Brewers. Monaco's doing the game, actually, so I know you guys want to watch because Mike Monaco's doing it. But if you watch Skeens, watch to see when he's trying to locate his fastball, watch how often it gets to the catcher's glove and how many times he misses to his glove side, so like away from a right-handed hitter or into a lefty, where it sails way up and out of the strike zone or way away from the glove of the catcher. And that's something that's happened to him this year, and he just hasn't been able to get into as many advantage counts as a result of it. So I don't know if a mechanical adjustment, which I'm sure he's been working on because the guy works his tail off, unlocks that, and then there's more velocity with it, or what it is exactly, but the command just hasn't been the same. And I think that's the biggest issue with why Skeens has looked more like a good pitcher than a god.
All right, let's end on a funny haha. I saw this.
Ooh.
So this is a guy. He is on a scooter.
Okay.
I believe he's in Germany because it's in German now. The audio will be different because I dubbed in a little something special for Mike. But he is on his scooter. He's doing 30 miles an hour.
Okay.
And out of nowhere comes this bunny rabbit, jumps right up at him, and knocks him off his scooter.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Here. I know where this is going.
That rabbit's got a vicious streak a mile wide. It's a killer. Look. Jesus Christ. I warned you.
I've done it again.
I warned you, but did you listen to me? Oh, no, you knew it all, didn't you? Oh, it's just a harmless little bunny, isn't it? Well, it's always the same. I always tell them, do they listen?
One, I want to know if he counted to 5, 3, sir, 3. 2, the question is, do they have the holy hand grenade of Antioch to be able to take care of?
What reference is this?
Didn't we do Holy Grail in Movie Club?
Oh,
Ford,
maybe. It's been
death
a long
awaits
time
you
ago.
with big, sharp, gnashing
Big
teeth.
sharp gnashing teeth. Is you think of fears he's so. Look at the bones. Oh, it is. I mean, it is the funniest damn movie.
Oh my God. Tim the Enchanter. There
Tim
are
the
some who know me as
Tim.
Yeah. Brilliant.
But I couldn't believe it. I mean, this rabbit, it's hopping
That was
along.
a very high
and then
jump.
Instead of crossing the path, it turns right into the scooter and jumps right at the guy.
Animals,
and you see the
man.
whole thing.
Animals.
It's crazy.
I mean, he was ticked off at the scooter guy. Maybe the scooter guy was listening to music too loud or something.
Oh, he might have been listening to this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dancer?
Why does Martha Reeves need backup singers? Like
So bad.
at this point, like I realized that like the Vandells were her backup singers, but like those were not the Vandells.
Oh, no, God, no. No, they were about half the age of the band.
Is that Mike? Is that the worst national anthem you've ever heard? Is that worse than Carl Lewis?
Carl Lewis's is pretty awful.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
Roseanne Barr's was go
But
see if you can
Roseanne was
find
doing
Roseanne.
a bit. She wasn't trying. She was trying. I mean, poor Martha was trying.
The Carl Lewis national anthem is pretty incredible.
It is. It is pretty bad.
I will tell you, I just did a 10-game road trip, and I heard some long national anthems.
The overs
on
hit.
that. Let me just. So my mom is a voice teacher, so I feel like I can get a little bit of advice on this thing.
Yeah.
Words are designed to be sung and read in phrases or sentences, not that every syllable needs to be emphasized. It's freaking torture to listen to. And the national anthem should be under 90 seconds at all times. If the Army band can play it in a minute, you can sing it in a minute. I don't need a 3-minute performance.
By the way, Martha's was only 1:19. So,
well, yeah, because she was trying to get those ladies out of her ear too. She was trying to.
Oh, say, can you see?
So bad.
God.
All right, Mike.
Hang on. Let me try and assuage the fears of your Diamondbacks fan in here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it stunk that they didn't get a starting pitcher, but Lars Nootbaar is going to be a big help for their lineup. They're playing pretty well, but they're still going to break your heart because it's baseball, and baseball is designed to break your heart.
I mean, I don't feel bad for the Diamondbacks. They were in the World Series just a couple of years ago.
They'll be fine.
Won
Good
that
luck,
one.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Good luck, Arizona. That's what those are words to live by.
Good to talk to you, Mike.
I believe that's how every weather forecaster is supposed to start their forecast.
Hey, it's overcast. It's only 100 degrees right now. It's pretty nice out. I just got back from a walk.
Yeah, it's only 70 today.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
weird.
beautiful out
Yeah,
there.
It's pretty weird.
All right. See
Bye,
you,
Mike.
Great. All right. See you later.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. When we come back, Dylan made people mad.
What did he say this time, John?
Oh, this is a bunch of poppycock. 1620 The Zone. Friends, let me tell you about a little thing called 1620, the golf tournament. We are inviting you to get your team signed up. 4-person teams. It's a 4-person scramble at Miracle Hills.
Hill.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah.
Gosh, why do I keep saying
Well,
that?
I know why, because the person wrote the copy wrong.
Miracle Hill.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Miracle Hill.
Because I'm going to send an email.
That's the great thing about Miracle Hill. There's only one hill.
There is. That should be on their slogan.
That would be funny.
There's just one
There's
hill.
just one hill.
Mm.
It's really big, but it's one hill.
Mhm.
No, shotguns start on Friday, August 21st is at 8:30. You get the championship golf. You get prizes and player gifts. You get complimentary food and beverage at the course, and then VIP access, which includes more food and beverage at the after party at the Phoenix, which is where the Grum will be.
Let's go.
Plus, a chance to take home $10,000 for a hole-in-one, proudly sponsored by Langfeld Overhead Doors.
Woo.
This is very, very, very lucrative. And it's sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box. So go to 1620thezone.com. If you're looking for a great day with your friends.
Us. Oh, wait, are you saying there are other friends?
There are other friends.
There are other friends. And us.
And us.
Nice.
Go to 1620thezone.com. Get yourself registered right now for 1620 the golf tournament. Coming to Miracle Hill. In singular.
Wow, that's going to be a great day.
Friday, August 21st.
2 weeks from Friday.
So I read this, but you know what? Sometimes it's better to hear this because I've noticed that some of the people are a little miffed at what young Dylon.
Is he young?
He's
a junior.
Younger than us.
Oh, everybody's younger than us. We're old. Hey, Jake, shut up. I saw you nodding your head over there.
I mean, I'm going to be 26 soon. I'm getting there.
Wow, he's almost an unk.
But Dylan Rhule was interviewed yesterday as part of Oregon's Media Day. And here is what he had to say about, I got to see, I don't have the cuts in front of me. It's the one on comparing Oregon to Nebraska. Let's play that one.
It's definitely been a transition. I'll start with the landscape of outside, and there's not cornfields here. There's mountains and trees, and I love the nature. As far as football, it's different. With coaches and players, like we have a lot more talent than we did at Nebraska, and I don't say that to knock on them, but I think everybody will know that. But I'm very grateful for my time there. Learned a lot from my coaches, teammates, still have those relationships. But, I think that I'm really excited for what Oregon's going to bring, not only to my life, but for my teammates as well.
I am so happy that we played this audio rather than reading the quote.
Because the quote makes it sound like he's being a little snarky.
Yes. Jake, can you play? I'll tell you when to stop, but let's play the beginning of this quote again.
It's definitely been a transition. I'll start with the landscape of outside, and there's not cornfields here. There's mountains and trees, and I love the nature.
All right, cool. So when I read the quote, I read it as there's not cornfields here. We have mountains. Mountains, Gandalf, mountains.
Oh, stop.
That's how I read it.
Yeah.
He's literally just describing the differences in nature.
Yes.
He's literally just saying there's mountains here. There's cornfields in Nebraska.
Yes.
Not snidely.
Yes.
Not making fun of them.
Yes.
I think that he adds the proper amount of, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but this is a more talented roster.
Yes.
Inarguable. Inarguable.
Anybody who follows football
we all know this
is going to
Oregon's
agree.
a 23-point favorite right now, according to the odds makers.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because they have more talent.
Yeah, it's not just because Dan Lanning's that much better of a coach than Matt Rhule. I mean, dude, I hate the term nothing burger because I think it's annoying sometimes, but good Lord. Nothing burger. There's nothing there.
Is.
Also, there is corn here. You know, I know sometimes you and I have had the various debates. Like, I just don't like sometimes when it's like, we're Yukon, we're in Omaha, in the middle of a cornfield. There's not, yes, we have corn in Omaha, but not even that much corn, but like this, he wasn't even dissing. He was just like, yeah, there's corn here.
No,
come on. That's what everyone's upset about.
People just want to be upset. Listen, and I understand. He has gone from being the loved to the hated.
Oh,
right? In the eyes of the fan base, he the ultimate heel turn.
Yes, 100%.
But you know what?
What?
That's going to happen. Get used to it.
Yeah, seriously. Also, when Nebraska adds players, you know what they usually say? Like, man, I'm really happy to be here, and I'm happy to be here versus the other place I was. That's why you leave. That's why everybody leaves.
If he would have spoken for more than 15 seconds at a time, AC could have said, "Oh, I mean, in Nevada they got sand.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
they got
exactly.
corn here."
Yep, exactly. Icon says there's absolutely nothing offensive about what
There's
he said.
nothing offensive. He was, and I listened to the whole thing. He went for about 15 minutes. That was pretty much it. That was about the only reference back to Nebraska. Everything else was about him and patience and all the other stuff. And listen, if you want to critique that, great. But he did not disparage anything about Nebraska or his experience here. So if anyone wants to throw a fit about it, I'm sorry. You're looking for reasons to be mad.
Theo says Dylan could have dodged the question. So disrespectful. By the way, we were asking for nicknames earlier. I know we got to talk to Bruns. What do you think about this one from Wood Africa? AC Cola.
AC Cola?
I mean, maybe it will fit.
What does cola have to do with it?
No, isn't that's a cola? It's a type of cola. AC Cola.
RC
oh, wait, that's
Cola.
Oh, yeah.
He used to be RC Cola.
Rats. All right, never mind. Maybe we'll call him Ranthony Calandria. Just so we can call him RC Cola.
All right, coming up next, Michael Bruns on
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Keep forgetting that Matt moves the phone
I
back. It's
know.
like, there's so much room on this table. I like to reach.
Shove it all the way up.
To be able to push the button to put Michael Brunts on the air. Bruntsy, how you doing this afternoon?
Not bad. How you guys doing?
Excellent, Bruns. Football practice is 1 day away.
It is. Was it they've been in shells yet? I don't think they can even put the pads on for a while, but it's getting closer.
Are they allowed to wear helmets tomorrow? They're allowed to wear helmets, right?
Yeah, I think it's just
helmets.
I think it's just helmets and some light pads. Yeah,
I think it goes from one hand touch to two hand touch,
Flag.
to flag,
And then tackle.
and then tackle.
Tackle. Thud. You forgot.
Thud.
We forgot
I
about
forgot thud.
Remember thud and Bruns?
Oh, thudding.
Oh yeah. Practice doesn't really start until you're thudding. That's
Who was the coach who always mentioned thudding? Wasn't there an assistant in the Bo era who's always talking about thudding up? Was that somebody? Am I thinking of something right, or am I just a big idiot?
No, you're right.
Well, that's a loaded question, but I'm trying to think of who the assistant would be. Who would it be? It wasn't Diaco, was it?
No, I feel like it was before.
Guy?
I thought it was it Banker?
You think so? Mark Banker.
Somebody did, yes. I do remember, and we kind of made a deal of it, about thudding up. That's the first time I've ever heard about it. But it
Prison
seems
Matt
like,
says, was it Bo?
I don't think it was Bo.
Yeah.
Bo wouldn't have been in for that. Bo would have been like, kill a man with the football. We used to call this game different.
I Googled Nebraska football thud. We've got some John Butler hit. He was about the thud. But I do think there might be there might be somebody else.
It feels like a Riley era deal where we got a lot of thudding up, but
Sean Watson, maybe.
That'll be the goal, kids. Get out your Google machine and.
Well, Sean says it was Sean Watson. See, for some reason,
Really?
Sean Watson popped into my brain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well,
He does not strike me as a thud guy.
Yeah. Poll question: does Sean Watson strike you as a thud guy?
So, Brunsey, today we had a few guys at the podium, and we played some of Anthony Calandria's audio. When you think about it, this is the first-year quarterback. He is the new hope for the offense. And we did hear from him in the spring, but he only did one interview during the summer. And we were talking about this last week. This is a guy that we still really don't know. And I'm not talking about his playing ability. I'm just talking about him himself. It's kind of weird how, here's the next star. And we've gone from Dylan, who was everywhere,
yes,
to a guy who, if he walked down the street, I don't know if people would know he was Nebraska's starting quarterback.
No, and he's efficient with the answers.
Yes.
So I think that's probably a fair way to put it. I mean, he was good in the spring. I thought he had some extended conversation, I guess. But yeah, it's I don't know. Is that just a result of the quiet off season altogether? I don't know, because I think they only had. Was it just one time in the spring, or did he talk after the spring game? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember him being after the spring game. He could have.
Yeah, but I mean, he came in pretty quietly. That obviously with everything, the way everything went down with him just ending up at Nebraska, it was kind of quick and quiet. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I think the questions from Matt Rhule in Chicago, I guess, just about how he will handle things at Nebraska and being the quarterback at Nebraska. I guess we'll see. But if he's your starter, you're going to hear from him every week once we get into the season, at least. And, it's interesting, the kind of short clipped answers with us, but I mean, to a man, his teammates talk about how full energy and I think he's got like a high five that he has with like, a different one for almost every player. And Paul Mazengo was talking today that he's, Calandria's got like a high five that they do that's just between the two of them. So it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition between, what we heard today and that. But, he's a guy we don't know a ton about, and I guess we'll find out more as we go along here. But I think part of that is just, it was so quiet for most of the off season that, we didn't really hear from anybody player-wise for the most part until the last couple of weeks. They've been rolling stuff out here and there. So something I guess we'll see when we hear from him again. It might be a little while.
Bruns, I'm curious with Calandria, what you think the football team, the coaches are going to ask of him on the field in terms, like in basketball, what is it, the PER, where it's essentially how often are they directly contributing to points or assists or any rebounds, anything like that. And, you have a guy with a high PER, it's like a Russell Westbrook, in his prime for the Thunder. Is he going to have a high PER in that regards too? Just like when you look at the shape of the offensive roster, I wonder if they're going to need him to be playing at such a high capacity and have such an involvement. Otherwise, the offense would really struggle.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a little bit of everything from him, I think. They're going to need him to be quick and decisive within the offense that I think they want to run. And that's the big question too is, what's this going to look like? Because, Dan Holgerson said in the spring, I'm going to call plays and kind of craft my offense to who we've got. And, right now, if you just kind of go narrative wise, you've got what you think is probably a pretty strong offensive line. It's a wide receiver core that I think has the potential to be pretty good and fairly explosive. And, a running back group that, I think over there in the walls they feel pretty good about, but is really light on production going into the season. So how does all that kind of line up with Calandria? I think he's going to have to be really involved with a lot of that stuff. In terms of explosiveness from the offense, and where do you go to get that? It's going to be, I think, him running around making plays, extending plays. I think it's going to be his willingness to throw the deep ball more so than what Nebraska's gotten the last couple of years at the quarterback spot. And so, yeah, I think, that kind of volatility on offense, I think a lot of it's going to be because of him. So I think he's going to be very involved, and we'll see what the running game looks like. I think Nebraska is going to have some guys that'll be able to move the ball on the ground with that line, but how involved is he also going to have to be in terms of called runs? I don't think it's going to be a ton, but it's going to be those types of plays that, you guys know, and 3rd and 5 or something like that. It's him running out and getting 7 yards on a scramble or something like that. And I think that's okay, because I think in some ways, just having a little bit more of that production coming from the quarterback spot is something that Nebraska's offense has kind of lacked a little bit. And I think they wanted to put a little bit more back into it.
Michael Bruns joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Is your gut tell you that Nebraska will have a defined running back rotation in game one, or could this be one of those things that it really isn't going to be established until you get through the non-con?
Yeah, I think I would lean more towards, like, by the time you're getting on the plane to go to East Lansing, I think you'll have a much better idea than what you do going in. I think going into the first game, you'll kind of have an idea of how you want it to look. But I think there's also the potential within that group of players. And, it feels like, with the non-con that they've got ahead of them, that there's going to be a chance for a number of guys to get some carries to show what they can do. So, I don't think it's going to be, they're going to put out a depth chart, but I don't think it's going to be a hard, like, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Like, I think they're going to be willing to let that go a little bit through the non-con. I think you have to. When you look at the lack of carries for pretty much every one of those guys, I think you owe it to them a little bit to kind of see how they perform when the lights go on and when you're, in different situations. And, I think they want to have Quentin Ives be the big, short yardage back. That's kind of what they've, in his limited carries have relied on him for. But maybe there's another option there that might work better. And so I just think I would be very hard pressed to imagine that they would have that set after a couple games. I mean, I just think it has to go further into the season before they get that figured out.
Brunts, one of my favorite things about the beginning of practice is the old adage of who's winning early on in camp. Is the offense a little ahead? Is the defense a little ahead? Who's going to be a little ahead over the next week or so?
I'll give the offense a little bit of an edge early on. I think just slight. I think it'll go for a couple of days, and you might get some defensive pushback. But I today, kind of talking to some of the defensive guys, it seemed like there was a little bit more conviction in their voice about how comfortable they are with the defense than there was when we last left them in the spring. So maybe that allows the defense to push back a little bit. I mean, that fall camp is a terrible time to play the iron sharpens iron drinking game.
Let's go.
So just be aware of that. But I mean, I do think that line has a chance to be pretty good. And I think that's why I would maybe lean a little bit more towards them having the advantage. But I think the defense will be okay early on, but I'll give the early nod to the offense.
Now, I'm not sure what the speaking schedule is after Saturday, but
Rhule speaking Saturday, right?
Right. So we'll see, but we'll try to keep track of this throughout the course of fall camp. Training camp.
You guys need like a slide, like a little slide every day of like a little tug of war. Who's winning today? Do that.
I like that. And they should put it up on the underneath the bowl appearances sign there in the Hawks Center, or just replace the bowl appearances sign. I mean,
they're still going to bowl games, John.
Yeah, but not bowl games anybody cares about.
They've been 2 straight years to bowl games.
Here's a take. Here's a hot take for a hot take market.
Ooh.
The only bowl appearances you should count are the New Year's Day bowls. Everything else,
even if it's like a weird, crappy bowl that is on or around New Year's Day. Remember there was that San Francisco bowl that was
after.
OGs,
just orange, rose, sugar, Fiesta,
cotton,
and cotton.
That's it. Those are the only bowl games.
You can count those. None of the others count.
Not the Pop-Tarts bowl?
No, definitely not the Pop-Tarts. Well, Brunsey, with that, we'll say good night.
I can't believe you're out on the Pop-Tarts bowl. That's like
John hates the Pop-Tarts bowl.
I like Pop-Tarts. Don't like Pop-Tarts bowl.
In fairness to John Brunts, I think myself, dare I say Connor Happer, I think we're just annoyed with just like a certain subset of college football fans that celebrate that bowl game more than
Yeah, they get a little.
He's not listening. The Nick Grimm kind of college football fans,
I just want the bits.
It was the same crew that was all about the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yes.
For a year or two, and then they moved on to the Pop-Tarts.
Yes.
I get it.
Yeah, what's the next? What is the next bowl game with food or food adjacent items that everyone's going to lose their minds over?
Back in my day, we had the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl, and the losing team had to get their legs lashed with the Weed Eater.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. What about Brunts for the Potato Bowl? They poured fries on the coach a few years ago. What if you had a vat of mashed potatoes and you just dumped that all over the head coach? That'd be fun.
Well, there was a Cheez-Its Bowl.
Yeah.
That I felt like had potential, and I would not have minded covering that bowl game because I can just imagine what the press box looked like, but just orange dust everywhere. But I don't know what the next one is, but I know there's like an evolution there. Is basically what it is.
Mustache Adams says the Totino's Pizza Rolls Bowl. You microwave a ton of rolls and throw them scalding hot at the losing team. Yeah, losing team has to bite into them fresh out of the oven.
Yeah. The outside's fine. The outside was always fine. It's the inside that was
a
lava.
punishment. Oh, that's a punishment.
All right, Brunsey, more stupid ideas next week.
Yeah, it's preseason's here. It's the time for that stuff.
Amen.
It
Definitely is.
All right.
Bye,
Take care.
Bruns.
Michael Bruns joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. When we come back, Iowa State in 25 teams.
Let's go. This is a weird team, man. They're replacing a lot of players.
Basically everybody.
I mean, it really is. Coaches, players. Thankfully, they're not like Boston College new announcers. They're not doing that, thankfully.
Not doing that,
No.
because we will talk to their announcer.
Awesome.
John Walters, the voice of the Clones, next on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Kansas State rushes 5, back throwing to the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. Dominic Overbeats able to haul it in. The first score of 2025.
50 wins, looking for 51 for the head coach of the Saints, Gronowski. Intercepted down the sideline. Cooper out of bounds in the first turnover of the game. The walk-on with a huge play to give Iowa State the lead.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
Folks don't really sell the paper programs anymore. It's all digital these days.
Yeah.
But I think there might be a reason for some, industrious individual near the Des Moines, Ames area that wants to sell some programs. I think they could sell it to a lot of Iowa State fans and broadcasters, because there's going to be a lot of new faces this year wearing the red and gold. Iowa State play-by-play voice John Walters joining us. John, how you doing? How's your summer been?
Summer's going fast, and I'd say it's pretty much gone. Camp starts tomorrow, so as far as I'm concerned, summer's probably over. But, no, it's been good, and I'm excited about the season, really excited about it. You're right about that whole thing about the roster. I don't think I've ever been more dependent on a roster than I was in spring football. And I did a lot of looking up and down at that thing to try to figure out who's who, but excited about the guys that are here, and we can't wait to get the season started.
John, you've been around that program. You've seen coaching changes before, but when it comes to a year one, based on who is being replaced, does Jimmy Rogers have a tougher job than a lot of other first-year Cyclone coaches have had?
Well, I think yes. In a way, yes. But in another way, no. I absolutely, I can never remember another time when Iowa State had 80 roster. Okay, so in that regard, absolutely. However, in this era of college football, that's what a lot of schools go through when they have a coaching change. And so it's a little bit more conducive now to getting better quickly because you can go replenish your roster with guys that are immediately eligible. And so that never used to be the case. I think I always used to say about football, it would take a lot longer to turn around a football program than it would a basketball. Good players, you got to build a culture. It just takes time, and all that stuff is still true. But I think you can do it a little bit more quickly now. And you look at, everybody's going to use this example, but obviously what Kurt Cignetti did at Indiana is absolutely amazing. In a short period of time, I never thought we'd see another reclamation project of a program better than what we saw with Bill Snyder at Kansas State. I thought that is as amazing a turnaround as I've ever seen in college football, and it's still right up there. But what Cignetti did, obviously, is just amazing. But you can turn it around a little bit quicker. And, for Iowa State, nobody's expecting anything. They're picked 16th in the league. That's just fine with all these coaches. What I can tell you is they've got a lot of belief in who they are and what they do. And over time, I think they are going to be a very good football program under Jimmy Rogers. Whether it's immediate, we'll have to see. Most people doubt it. But the coaches, they don't lack confidence, and they're certainly conceding anything.
John, I'm curious, with all these new players, all these new coaches, which side of the ball right now do you think that the coaching staff would say is the bigger concern or has maybe more questions as training camp's about to begin?
I don't know if it's a concern, but there's certainly more questions about the offense than there are about the defense because Jesse Bobbitt came with Jimmy Rogers from Washington State. He was the defensive coordinator there. He played for Coach Rogers at South Dakota State. He's certainly been around him for many years, and they've got a chemistry and a kind of a way of doing things that they really feel works well. And he brought with him most of his defensive staff. So, that side of the ball was much more carryover. And also player-wise, I think there were 14 players that followed Coach Rogers from Washington State to Iowa State, and I believe a dozen of those were defensive players. So, that side of the ball has a little bit more of a knowledge of what he wants from the defense, what Coach Bob wants from the defense. And so I just think they're naturally probably a little bit further ahead. Tyler Rhule comes on as the offensive coordinator. He was at Iowa State 2 years ago with Matt Campbell. He went to the Detroit Lions, but his background is at North Dakota State. And so, he's been an offensive coordinator before. This is his opportunity to do it again. And he's excited about the pieces they brought in, but there's more question marks certainly on that side of the ball than there are defensively.
John Walters, the voice of Iowa State, joining us here as Iowa State's our team in 25 teams and 25 grums. Jalen Rayner, who is the presumed starting quarterback, former Arkansas State, threw for 8,600 yards, ran for another 1,200 more. So the ability of the run-pass option, certainly that gives an offense a different dynamic when there's so much unknown, maybe a little bit of an advantage early in the season. Is that the hope?
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I mean, look, nobody's going to have any idea what Iowa State's going to try to do offensively or even defensively, even though, as I mentioned, a lot of those guys come with. I mean, it's a new program. It's a new look. It's a ton of new players. And Coach Rhule, is going to implement an offense that, people aren't going to really know what to expect. I do think he wants to go to more of a pro-style offense. I think that's attractive to players in that if you want to play professionally, this is, going to get you ready for that. I think Iowa State will huddle a lot more than they have in the past. I doubt they'll run as many plays. I think it's going to be more of a ball control, really try to pound it at you. But Rayner, when a play breaks down, can certainly make plays happen with his feet. And Iowa State played against him twice when he was at Arkansas State. And both times he kind of gave him fits, especially down there last year. So he's a guy that can move around really, really well. He does throw it well as well. And I think, he is truly a threat quarterback like you like to have. And it is a luxury when you have so many new linemen, you have a new system, that when plays do break down, you have a guy that can improvise and make a play with his feet. And I think Rayner can certainly do that.
John, which of the guys that he's going to be either handing the ball off to or throwing the ball to that have entered the program via the transfer portal are you maybe most excited for or most bullish on going into the season?
Well, one guy that probably nobody was thinking about much going into the offseason was a guy that was already in the program, and Aiden Flora. He's a former walk-on from Adel, Iowa. And, he was a great returner last year. He didn't get a lot of opportunities at running back, but he's a guy that you can move around and use him a lot of different ways. But I think he's got a great chance to be the starting running back this season. He's very fast. He was an all Big 12 kick returner a year ago and had the punt return that beat TCU down in Fort Worth. He's a talented player, but very, very much off the radar probably nationally. But I think he could be a very exciting player that could take a play to the house at any time. I'm not saying that he's going to lead the Big 12 in rushing, but he's going to be a guy that's explosive and can make big plays. And then at receiver, they've got several guys that they brought in through the portal. I'm really excited about Evan Boyd. He was at Michigan State. I feel like he's got a chance. He's a big physical receiver. I think he's got a chance to be a real target down in the red zone for Jalen Rayner and the Iowa State quarterback.
John Walters, the voice of Iowa State, the Cyclones in 25 teams and 25 grums. You mentioned it earlier. Jesse Bobbitt coming off that defensive coordinator assignment at Washington State. They brought a lot of guys with them, and one of them is the edge rusher, Isaac Terrell, who had a good year last year and certainly could be a guy who, if you're looking for an identity on defense, they may be able to get after the pass rusher this year. At least that would seem to be the hope.
I think it's going to be a lot of getting used to for Iowa State fans as far as what Iowa State does defensively. And I think they're excited about it. John Haycock did a masterful job of figuring out the pass-happy Big 12. 10 years ago when he's with Matt Campbell as the defensive coordinator and everybody in the Big 12 is throwing the ball all over the place, and you have these offenses that are, putting up video board video game numbers and stats. You know, he figured out, hey, let's go to the 3-man front. Let's drop 8 guys into coverage, and let's force teams to beat us all the way down the field with stuff they don't want to do, the little stuff underneath. And sooner or later, they'll get a false start, or they'll make a mistake, and it'll put their drive in stall, or maybe they'll settle for a field goal. And it worked very, very well. I mean, Iowa State was top 3 in the Big 12 defensively pretty much every year after Coach Haycock made that switch. He did a tremendous job. But Coach Bobbitt is much more aggressive. It's a 4-man front. And the Big 12 has changed. The landscape of college football really has changed, I think, over 10 years. And now you don't see as many pass-happy offenses. You do see more teams try to be physical and run the ball. And Iowa State's going to go to a 4-man front and try to get pressure on the quarterback. And it's going to be a change from what Iowa State fans have been used to. But, yeah, Bobby Terrell, they call him Bobby because he has looks like Bobby Boucher, that nickname. But he's a guy who can really come off the edge with great speed. I mean, he asked Chambliss down at Mississippi, sacked him a couple times when they had a great chance to win. Washington State did at Ole Miss last year. And he's a guy that can really move. He's got a high motor, and I'm excited to see him play. But I'm excited to see that entire defensive front and that entire defense, because I think they're going to be very aggressive. It's going to be a lot more of a high-risk, high-reward type defense. You're going to probably give up more big plays. But I think at the same time, you can make more big plays defensively to kind of alter games. And when you look at Washington State last year, you know, the first 3 games, that was a brand new deal for them too there last year, because it was their first year at Washington State, and they had to kind of redo that whole program overnight as well. So they've been through this just a year ago. But in those first 3 games that Washington State played last year, in 2 of those games, they gave up 59 points. Okay, not ideal to North Texas and Washington. After that, the rest of the way, Jesse Bobbitt's defense gave up 13 points a game, and they played some pretty good teams. They played James Madison, they played Ole Miss, they played Washington. I mean, they played some good teams. And so I think it was really impressive what they did as the season wore on last year defensively. And I'm just really excited to see what this defense is going to look like. I think it's going to be a lot more plays made. And, you know, occasionally you probably will give up the home run, but I think fans will embrace this.
Season starts September 5th against Southeast Missouri State. And then in week number 2, it is the Cy-Hawk Trophy.
Let's go.
Against Iowa this year in Iowa City. John, we appreciate the time. Thanks. And have an enjoyable season.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me on, and thank you.
Thanks,
bet.
John.
John Walters, the voice of the Iowa State Cyclones.
So during these previews, I've had the Brett Ciancia Pick 6 preview open, and man, I mean, it's wild. Like every paragraph is, so they had all these guys, and now they're gone. They had all these guys, and now they're gone.
Hey,
I mean, there's just
so many
few.
guys are now at Penn State.
On the defensive side of the ball in particular, they have a bunch of players from the lower level, multiple players from the FCS, a couple of players even from D2 football making the jump up. I think it's going to be a tough year for Iowa State. I think it's going to be a tough year. By the way, speaking of college football, don't have time to play the whole Sports Flash theme, but we were wondering what the potential ramifications would be of the additional year of eligibility via the judge. Well, the first big name now is off the board, Stephen Daly. You might remember him as the Indiana player who got hurt celebrating in Indianapolis after they beat Ohio State. He is back in college football, and he is returning to Indiana for his 5th year. He led them in tackles for loss last year. He had 19. He had 5.5 sacks. And, of course, he did miss the postseason because of that injury in Indianapolis. But
was that a torn ACL?
That was...
was it an MCL?
It was a knee injury. Thamel had this first.
So I'll be curious, because, that's December. We'll be curious to see what his time. But still, that's a big addition for a guy who led the team in tackles for loss last year.
And that was like a huge question for them going into the playoff when there was no more Daly. It's okay. So how is this going to work for that defensive line? Of course, they ended up being fine, but this is a huge addition at such a late hour for the defending champs.
All right. When we come back, it's time for a Mitch Holthus training camp update, and he's going to talk to the guy who has now got the old ball and chain.
Congratulations on being married. Everybody does it. We don't throw a parade for every wedding. But they did for this one, apparently. They shut down cities.
They shut down cities.
Unreal. Yeah.
Mitch Holthus from St. Joe next on 1620 The Zone.
Well, the biggest thing is just making sure that everybody understands the goal at hand, and that's we're here to work. When we roll the balls out in St. Joe, man, it's not only a time to build the chemistry and build the camaraderie of the team, but it's time to build the mold of this team. We got to find a 53-man roster that's going to take us to the Super Bowl, and I think it's on the players, players' plate to be able to make that job as hard as possible for Coach Reed and Brett Veach. And from that point on, man, the culture will take care of itself. We got a lot of really good guys that this game and this season means a lot to them. And I think you guys are going to see that through our play this year.
Wow.
Hello.
I mean, the guy, sorry about that, Mitch. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that they can't hear the clip when we put them on the.
That's not good.
That is not good.
No, that's not good.
We'll get that fixed.
Sorry, Mitch. We just played the clip.
Yeah,
we changed studios recently. And
we changed studios, so there's a few technical things that we're working out. But that clip was from Travis Kelce.
Yeah,
and you can already hear. I mean, 1 month in, you can hear the life that has been beaten out of him.
Stop it! You're allowed to be happily married, John.
He sounds so miserable right there. But
the two most asked questions in my life.
Yes. Did you go to the wedding? That's got to be one of them, right?
Well, that was first.
Yeah.
Because or is Mahomes going to be ready to go against the Broncos?
Which one have you been asked more?
It's actually
let's say since the wedding day. Which question is the higher question since the wedding day?
The wedding one.
I bet.
And it didn't make the cut. I mean, it was the scene in Hard Knocks. I'm trying to break into Madison Square Garden like John during the Big East tournament, and I can't get in.
Dean Blandino got an invite, but not Mitch Holthus? Come on, Kelce.
Listen, I even offered, get this one, boys, to be an acolyte, and I still did not get.
Wow.
I was going to light the candles free.
Unreal.
Denied. So, no, I didn't make it. And it's, I'm dealing with the shame. But he's actually in a happy spot here. I think that's what keeps coming him back is the farther it gets away. I would have lost $100 to both you guys on a bet because I said he ain't coming back in 25. And he came back. And then after the 6-11, and I mean, he has played so much hard football. I go, I don't think so. And now he's back. But I think the farther he gets away from this, the more he's drawn back to it because he knows he'll never replicate what this is here at camp ever again. And he loves being here. Sometimes he hates it, long drive drill and extra stuff, but he loves being around his teammates and going through the grind. He will miss that.
Mitch Holthus training camp updates are brought to you by Hy-Vee. The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. So with that note, and of course, as time goes on, you play a little bit less each time. It's always important. The guys that are backing him up, Noah Gray is still there. But what about the group of backup tight ends and, what they have behind Kelce to help out as Kelce starts to transition into the late stage of his career?
I think you have probably that might be the most pressing question of this entire camp. Others talk about, you lost something in the secondary, and we'll get into that group. I'm really excited about that group. But linebacker kind of, but really tight end. And I got asked earlier this morning of what can you really anticipate from Kelce? He's got the NFL record, most 1,000-yard seasons for a tight end. He's got so many playoff records for pass receiver. He's got 20-some more catches than Jerry Rice and 80 more catches than Gronk in the playoffs. But what can you realistically expect? 500 yards, 600 yards? Okay. But where are those other yards going to come from in this offense? And so you've asked the pertinent question. Jared Wiley would be a candidate. Third year in the system. Can he emerge and become at the least like a real viable third tight end? Jake Brenningstool is here. He was an undrafted free agent last year out of Clemson and went through a lot of injuries, but he's getting some looks, but there's no definitive answer. And that's got to get answered before the season starts. There's got to be via answer 2, Noah Gray, but there's got to be answer 3, which really becomes kind of answer 2 to fill in those yards that Kelce isn't going to get because he's 36 and going to be 37 in October.
Mitch, I want to go back to the questions that you just posed about Kelsey in terms of yardage. It's been a few years since his last 1,000-yard season. It's been a few years since he got, let's see, I mean, he's had 5, 3, and 5 receiving touchdowns over the last 3 years. Like, what can he do? And I have to imagine, because I'm with you, I thought his career was going to be done after last year, maybe even 2 years ago, and yet he comes back. It can't just be about that camaraderie. Is there something to prove here? Like, what brings this guy back for another season at this late stage of his career?
Well, from that standpoint, I think getting drilled in the Super Bowl by the Eagles and then 2 going 6-11, that's not the way he wants to go out. He wants to go out and have a great year this year. So part of the answer there is the fact that others have to help him. If we get somebody else that's a red zone threat, scoring threat, 30 on in, going in threat, now all of a sudden Kelsey's not going to get double teamed and pinched, bit, pulled to the ground, and all the stuff I've seen happen to him in the last 13 or 14 years. He's got to get some help. Now, Ken Walker's going to help, but somebody else in the receiving core, maybe some additional running back help, DeMercado, even our guy Emmett Johnson. We'll get ready for Emmett Johnson Thursday for you guys. All of that has to happen so that Kels is not going to get just smothered when you get to the 30-yard line on in, or 3rd down and 8, and he's got 5 guys on him. Somebody's got to help Kelsey out. So my answer would be a non-Kelsey answer to help Kelsey.
Yesterday, Mahomes. Today, Kelsey. Of course, we already know tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Thursday is going to be dedicated to Emmett. Who do we have coming up tomorrow as we go through week 1 of Chiefs training camp reports?
Well, since we're in like Hall of Fame discussion, guys, with Patrick yesterday and Kels today, what's Chris Jones got for the 26 season? I'm going to get into a stat, not just with him, but the most pertinent stat people are not thinking about with the Kansas City Chiefs in 2026 that must happen for them to get back to being a playoff team and maybe win the division again.
Fantastic.
Tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Mitch's updates brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. Mitch, we'll talk to you tomorrow. We appreciate it as always. Thanks.
Thank you, fellas. I didn't mention, John, I heard your dulcet tones.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Bruce Rasmussen had me in a suite at the College World Series.
Oh, were you there? Awesome.
I was there in the flesh. I didn't even watch the game. I just walked around the concourse listening to the radio. So,
well, you could have just gone to the men's room. That's where most of the people listen to us is in the men's room.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I was at 50% of the time. The other 50% I was walking around the concourse. That's another matter.
I'm glad you is that when's the last time you'd been to the World Series?
Oh man, probably 20 years ago. Whoa. It was awesome. Yeah.
Well, next time you come, let us know. We'll say hi.
Yeah, we can bring you up and do some things. That way you're not, injuring your liver being around Bruce Rasmussen.
That, or I can find a place to park and not get my car towed. What?
You got your car towed?
It's a whole long story, boys.
Oh, we need to get this one here before the end of the training camp reports. All right, Mitch, take care.
Bye, Mitch.
All right, see you, boys.
Mitch Oltis and Chiefs training camp reports.
So we mentioned earlier, we're on the look for a new nickname.
Yeah, this is an interim nickname because we want to see the kid play first.
Anthony Calandria. We're talking about Anthony Calandria here.
We want to see him play first before we don him with an official nickname. Josh does not like my idea of AC.
It's boring. What, air conditioning? I mean, I like air conditioning, but it's boring. So what do you think of this one now? Now it is a little AC, but you're gonna like this from Steve.
Okay.
ACDC. Anthony Calandria / defensive completion.
Okay, I thought, and by the way, make sure you go vote. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter page.
Yes.
I thought the offseason of bad vibes were over.
God, the vibes are so good.
The vibes are so good on the poll question, and now the snark and the smart asses come out. I'm trying to look for an innocent, nice nickname. Yep. I mean, every nickname suggestion I've seen, how about we call him Double T? Turnover talk or whatever.
Whoa!
It's like, come on.
Yeah, go vote. Thank you for reminding me. I just did the old retweet on the voting. There's almost 1,000 votes. Go vote right now.
Yep, keep voting.
God, it's nice to see people voting again.
It is. It is nice to see people.
It
voting.
is, yes, because they've gone away.
They had gone away.
We had polls with like 3 people voting. It's nice to have people back.
That's what happened in the communist takeover. Thanks a lot, Montgomery.
No, this is your guy, John. This is Elon. He took over. Remember, he's the one in charge. He turned off the poll question, but now they're back.
Well,
now they're back.
If those aren't hot takey enough, super hot take market is coming up next.
Let's go.
And an update
on
the status of the Saving College Sports from Itself app.
No, not again. What crap are they going to do this time?
1620 The Zone. we get into the super hot take market, a reminder that the Zone is sending you, a lucky Husker fan, and a guest if you win to the Oregon game in Eugene. You can enter right now, 1620thezone.com for your chance to win 2 tickets to the game on Saturday, October 17th. Round-trip airfare to Omaha, from Omaha to Eugene. 2-night hotel stay and a $150 gift card for food, rides, or other items. All brought to you by the Woodhouse Auto family and 1620 The Zone. Head there now, 1620thezone.com. Hot take. ESPN has lost itself.
What did they do this time?
Well, they have had a very strange last few weeks.
I might have missed some of this. What happened?
Well,
because they're airing this? Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Get this crap off my TV,
Anti-woman Josh.
No.
Against the Little League Softball World Series.
I think this is exploitation of children. Get him off my TV. Anyway, sorry. What did ESPN do?
Well, right now they are airing a 30 for 30. It's like a multi-part special on the betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
I did see
like
this.
a 3-year-old story.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how documentaries work, John.
Meanwhile, the real story should be what ESPN has done in the last 4 weeks.
What did they do?
They fired everybody, and then mysteriously Carl Ravitch comes back to work last week.
So strange.
They totally ignored the Diana Rossini story. They sat on the Kyle Shanahan story for a couple of weeks.
Dude.
That should be the 30 for 30 is the month of July 2026.
I mean, to be fair, the Diana
ESPN.
Rossini is like April, March.
Oh, I understand that, but the fact that they have not spent hardly any time on it whatsoever, and she used to work for them.
She did used to work for them. So what's the hot take?
The hot take is ESPN is just a strange little network. They need to figure it out.
I know we hit on it a tiny bit at the very end of the show yesterday, but the Kyle Shanahan thing is just so very, very strange. All of the critiques that Husker media got from fans after Frost got fired when Michael did his infamous video, like, it's true with this Shanahan story. What on earth? How was this allowed to just sit out in the ether and nobody report on, whether it's ESPN or everybody else who covers the 49ers? You know, were they getting strong-armed by the organization? Do they have such good relationships with the 49ers that they're like, no, we'll sit on this? Does the city, were the Niners able to cover it up that well? Like, I don't think so. So what's going on here?
I mean, think about it. Tiger Woods had a terrible accident. Now, his injuries were worse than Shanahan's, but Shanahan's are bad enough that it's keeping him out of coaching right now.
Yeah.
And he almost lost his eyesight in his left or right eye. I can't remember which. So he was a pretty bad accident.
David texts in, how did TMZ not report it? Seriously, I'm stunned.
This is weird.
Did the Niners have like a great fixer and they were actually able to keep it from a lot of people?
Or has the electric substation zapped the brains of all the people who cover the Frisco Niners?
Would explain something.
I mean, it would explain why everyone keeps thinking this team's got a chance.
Yeah,
but
by the
we
way,
all know they don't.
This is not my hot take, but I am out on the 49ers this year. They are going to suck. Bad vibes team. Hot take. I believe, speaking of broadcasters, John, not only is Tony Romo going to get demoted, he could get fired, and it would not shock me at all. I don't think, because I know there was a little pushback, I guess, when CBS announced the move with J.J. Watt getting bumped up to the Jim Nantz booth. They were like, all right, yeah, but nothing's going to happen. When week 1 arrives, Romo will be back. I don't think so. I don't think that they would have announced this move unless, at the very least, J.J. Watt was calling the beginning of the season, because the Romo court date is September 21st, I believe, which is after week 2. The week 3 CBS game is in Brazil, the Cowboys-Ravens. Are they really going to let him do that? Like, I think he is done on the number 1 crew this year for sure, and I don't think he's going to do it again, because you know why? J.J. Watt's going to be really, really good, because J.J. Watt is really, really good. He breaks down games well, and he actually does his homework. He watches the offensive and defensive lines, which is very important. Dude, I think Romo, if I had to bet, he's going to end up as like a studio guy, but it wouldn't shock me at all if he's on the outs.
This is stealing from a question that'll be coming up later on in content, but the name to watch out for actually is Greg Olsen.
Yes, we will talk about that later. That story is quite wild.
But I don't know, maybe this qualifies as a hot take. Is what Tony Romo, forget about what you think of Tony Romo as an analyst, okay? Just put that aside for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
is what Tony Romo did worth losing his job over? His high-profile job?
That's a great question. I mean,
and I'm not excusing, driving under the
sure.
influence, but I mean, we've seen a lot worse things.
Have we seen a lot worse with announcers for football games?
I mean, the first example that comes to mind is Marv Albert, but that's going way back.
And he did lose his job for a few years. Now he came back.
He did.
But he did.
Yeah,
I mean, they got rid of him.
Yeah,
Bob Costas called multiple NBA finals.
I suppose. I maybe.
Here's the thing, though. I think that they're wanting to get out of this. That's the part
that's the thing is it's giving them an opportunity to use the escape hatch.
Like you mentioned, Greg Olson. If something like this had happened with Greg Olson, they'd be like, well, this sucks, but he'll be fine. He'll be back. I think they're wanting to move on from Tony Romo.
If anything, this should make Tony eligible to be on Georgia's football broadcast.
They would be big fans. Bring him on down. Though I guess he wasn't really racing.
No, he didn't get in an accident.
Yeah, he was just more.
He needed to go really, really fast and get in an accident.
Do you got another one?
I'm all. Well, I was going to update folks on the saving college football from itself.
I have one more real
act,
quick.
but
Speaking
go
of college
ahead.
football, hot take I could be talked into. North Carolina football is actually going to be fixed now that Mike Lombardi is gone. Because that guy's a tire fire.
Belichick is the fixer, right?
Well, he shouldn't have hired Mike Lombardi. That guy is an idiot, man. Mike Lombardi, I know you're not a Bill Simmons guy. He was a regular guest for years, one of his worst guests. He is awful. He is pompous. He is a jerk.
See, the problem, though,
treats
it's
people
not
poorly.
it's not the guest, it's the host.
No, it's not. This guy sucked in the pros. I never
know.
understood this hire, but maybe now they'll be fixed.
According to Dellinger, he's a big deal now when we just call him by his last name, Dellinger.
Yeah, you don't have to call him Ross.
Latest update on the Saving College Sports from Itself Act. The earliest likely day that Senate Majority Leader John Thune could start the process is Thursday. The full vote could happen Saturday. Now, this is Dellinger's tweet. Odds are slim. Lawmakers would need to waive time constraints, in his words, unlikely, and senators must also agree to work the weekend, ? Is this bill important enough in an election year where the senators would go overtime and lose their precious summer vacation to get it through?
And, I mean, I know we joke about it, vacation, but they're running their campaigns. They're doing these types of things. Like, is it that important? Like, is anything that important to them?
I mean,
it doesn't seem like it.
In all seriousness, this is an earnest question.
Yeah.
I would like to know whether you are running for Congress or running for the U.S. Senate. Are you hearing from enough constituents that this
excellent question
bill is this important to to getting votes that you would be willing to work overtime for? Because this isn't like
excellent question.
This isn't like relieving the pressure on gas prices or important stuff. This is just fixing a mess that's been a perpetual mess for over 150 years. College sports, it's always been a mess.
That's
Just
a great
different
question.
mess.
Are people? Hello, Senator. Can you save college sports for me, please?
And keep in mind, the places where college football is most important aren't your big cities.
Mm-hmm.
It's not New York. It's not L.A. It's not Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the big cities in Texas. But yeah, I would really like to know. I mean, and asking, Senator Fisher's or Nebraska's contingent, because we know it's important here.
For sure.
But to the people who, aren't really in tune with college sports, does it really matter to them if this bill gets passed or not?
I would be very surprised if it did.
Coming up next, Steve Sipple of Husker Online. We'll get his thoughts on what he heard today from Nebraska's Players Media Day, and tomorrow begins the practice.
God, I cannot wait to hear about what's going down.
Yeah, you can.
I can't wait to hear.
Oh, they're not even going to be thudding tomorrow.
But I'll talk.
Not
to
even
people.
a thud, Josh. Not a thud.
Not a thud.
Not a thud to be heard.
Sipple is going to know the coach who used to say thud. He's going to know.
Well, didn't we identify? It was
well, we've got a lot of nominees, but yeah, Sean Watson was the guy that I thought it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Sipple's next, 1620 the zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. Ouch. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh. Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
By the way, Japan's winning this Little League softball game.
It's not Thursday, John.
No, it's not. It's Tuesday. They're
Which
not
is why
playing
we're-
on Thursday. They're
That's why
playing
we're
on
talking to
Tuesday.
Steve Sipple, because it's Tuesday.
You know, Sip, when I see the young boys and young girls getting out the balls and the bats and playing in the Little League World Series, I think it's football practice season. I mean, it is.
Yes, thank you, Sip. Good Lord. Indeed, good Lord.
Oh, that's really warped.
Oh,
Warped? I mean, it's all over the damn TV. You know, if they allowed, if you know, places like Nebraska allowed teams to video their practices, we could be watching that instead.
That'd be so nice.
All right, how's it going?
Great. How are you, Sip? It's good to talk to you again. I missed you last week.
Oh, what was going on last week?
I was gone vacation.
You forgot he was gone.
Yeah. People
Don't you
always
remember
say-
that great conversation we had without Josh
People
around?
always say that Austin sounds like me. Maybe you didn't even realize that I was gone.
I know. Whatever. God dang, I'm getting old, John. I always address John on each situations. I don't remember ever saying that you sound like Austin.
No. This was fellow old Michael Severe, who was listening one day when Austin was filling in for me, and
So Nick made a promo.
That's right. It was a promo.
And Michael texted me and said, "Why did Nick use a fill-in host on your promo? That is weird." And I asked Nick about it, and he said I didn't. That was you. So Michael just can't hear anymore, apparently.
Well, Michael's getting up there too. I mean, we're all getting old. Not you, Josh. But
I'll be 38 in a month.
Oh.
I'm almost 40.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. It's very mean.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. So, Sip, biggest takeaway today, it was players only day. A lot of different players. We had 3 at the podium, and then they had a few others scattered about the premises. But I'm curious if there was a common theme or just a common observation you have hearing the players in mass for the first time in several months.
No, mainly just anecdotes. I mean, I was saying to someone else, like, yeah, today it's significant because tomorrow's the start of camp and they rolled out some players. But it's not like you unplug or I unplug, and they have OTAs now and they're always working out. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like a continuation of everything else. We follow it in this market so closely that you're seldom very surprised, especially coming off of Big Ten media days where you get, they turn the fire hose on you.
Yeah.
You kind of learn quite a bit. So no, nothing today was major. There was some anecdotal points of interest. I just, hearing Cam Lenhart talk about Orich as a mad scientist, somewhat meaningful to me because he's got to be. He's got to figure a lot out. And he's got to, I think what Lenhart was talking about mainly was this is a good sign
he said that Orich communicates well what he wants from players and, the defense in general. That's the essence of coaching. And then the tag, and then to put the mad scientist genius tag on him. Again, I know you could be rolling your eyes and that your listeners could be rolling your eyes. We hear this stuff, but it's still meaningful to me to hear it. It's meaningful, particularly in the context of what Matt Rhule said about red zone defense, which I don't know, guys, have you talked about? I didn't talk about that aspect of the challenges they faced this year nearly as much as I should have. That they were last in the country in opponent red zone touchdown rate.
Yeah. And they were second to last in raw red zone scoring in general.
And I think it was just a mere coincidence, Sip, but that was something that Austin and I focused on last week. Because we were, and it was a mere coincidence before all the media day started and said, man, this is one area where they just really sucked. Because it's one of those things where when you think, man, this defense is terrible, it's watching teams just go up and down the field on them and racking up big point totals. And those didn't really, the big point totals didn't happen until late in the season. But you never got the impression watching the defense, man, these guys are really bad at something. But then you look at the numbers and they're very telling. They couldn't stop anybody in the red zone.
Right. So that's where in Rhule in Chicago sort of brushed aside the run defense. What I always say, basically, that it starts there, it starts at allowing 4.82 yards per carry. It's not that. It's how we play in the red zone. Now, a lot of astute people have pointed out to me, well, those things go hand in hand. In the red zone, a lot of it on offense is being able to run the ball, obviously, and stop the run. Field shrinks, playbooks limited. If you can run it, it helps a lot, obviously. And then same conversation on the other side. But so a lot of Orich is what the boss is asking is fix that. We got to fix that. So let's see what that looks like early.
Hey, Sip, speaking of the defense, you wrote this weekend in your column, you said, put it this way, the Husker defense has far more obvious question marks than the offense. Not that I don't even know if I agree or disagree with you, honestly, but mainly the concerns that I have heard from most people I've talked to this offseason has been the offensive side of the ball. I wonder if you could expand on why you think the defense has more questions coming into the start of practice than the offense does.
Around, the offensive line is, Corey Campbell's the strength coach, and he's tabbed the offensive line to lead the team. And that's because he has great confidence in it. The strength coach wouldn't tell the offensive line, it's up to you guys to lead this team, not the offense, the team. Okay. They feel really good about that. Phil Steele, he was on my show and was effusive in his praise of what they put together up front. You'd agree that the receivers I thought the receivers may be the best part of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
So now the running back room got huge boost with the Mekhi Nelson news and then Tyke Hayes move. I don't know. I don't know why people would think there's more questions on offense. That boggles my mind that you even said that.
Well, I would say like a new quarterback, and not to interrupt the defensive part, but a new quarterback, and then the running game, and just in general, and lack of faith in the room.
Yeah, I guess he is a new quarterback, but when I hear new quarterback, I think young, and he's not young. And in this day and age, look what Indiana's done 2 straight years with new quarterbacks. They're not really new quarterbacks to me. They're plug-in veterans, and that's what Calandry is. On defense, meanwhile, you have this defensive line issue that
yes,
you just know. You don't. Yeah, and it's mostly an interior discussion, It's not the edge guys in this 4-2-5. I like the edge guys. I don't think that is a gigantic question, except that, the one part that you have to add is what Rhule pegged was we couldn't defend the outside zone to the short side. That's So, you can say that's a little bit of a Russian issue. It's more complicated than that. But I think that, okay, so their interior line, they're going to have perhaps 2 brand new linebackers starting in a 4-2-5, unless Shavers beat out Dexter Foster.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the back end, you have a glaring hole at one of the corners. Not necessarily like troublesome, but you don't really know who's going to play. There's 4 guys or so in contention, 3 for sure. Safety's not. I don't think anybody looks at safety and goes, "Oh God, they are set there." I mean, probably McDougal, but then who else? Now then your other corner, you feel pretty good about Andrew Barker.
Yes.
But a lot of questions on that side of the ball, in my opinion. Starting up front.
Steve Sipple from Husker Online joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Is there, and I guess we were talking defense. Let's stay with that. Is there a returning player? Because we hear a lot about Chambliss, McDougal. You hear about the new guys that are coming in, but is there a returning player that may stand to benefit the most from Orich and the 4-2-5?
Yeah, Cam Lenhart. I mean, I think Cam Lenhart is a little undersized as an edge. And then the 3 down front, they're moving him. He's kind of had to play inside-ish. And that's not what he's really built to do. I mean, I was kind of astounded last summer when I saw him in street clothes. And he's just, he's a good-looking athlete, but he's not particularly big by Big Ten lineman standards. I don't know what he's listed as, but he fits very well as an edge. A pure edge where he's not going to move inside. He's going to play outside there. That's the one. And I mean, I think you could say the same about any of those top 4 edge guys. Oh, and I think you'd throw McGahee in that conversation. I'm really intrigued by Willis McGahee because he was not a 3-3-5 type guy. I mean, you can't really play McGahee on the line of you can, but he's undersized on the line of scrimmage, and he's a little big to play linebacker. But again, in a 4-2-5, I wonder if you'll see McGahee kind of reemerge a little bit. I hope so. Yeah, those are the guys that come to mind first. I keep a pretty close eye on Tyson Terry. What I'm hearing today is you're already seeing him with the 2s, and that's as an Omaha show, I'd watch that really close.
Yeah, that was a name I brought up several months ago. As
of course, coming off the injury,
a lot of hope from there was a lot of hope that he could see the field last year, but then the injury happened. But and that to me, I don't know what you think, Sip, but to me, we always talk about the newcomers, especially in the transfer portal era. To me, some of the most exciting things that can develop in a August camp into the season are the red shirts or the guys that were,
not used a whole lot
last year, and how much they grew. It almost feels like you're getting a new player, right?
Oh God, yeah, that's really cute. I mean, Tyson Terry could be that type of guy. Like Petchak played a lot, but we don't spend a lot of time talking about Cade Petchak, but I think we will. As Jameer Khan's another one. He's not a new guy. He's just a guy that it's going to feel kind of new because he's going to be prominent. He's going to be more prominent. He hasn't been very prominent. He'll be prominent. Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the program like that, and then some of that is because they're an old team. I mean, they're an older team, so they had guys around. And some of those guys, it's kind of time to pop, and it'd be really good. Like those guys I mentioned, if you can get a lot out of Petchak, I like that. I like Petchak a lot. I mean, I think that he's an example of a guy that could grow into a star. I think Colin has that sort of ability too. I haven't seen it, so you got to kind of see it happen. But they need that. They need somebody to pop. They need a few guys because we're not going into the season talking about anybody that sells a lot of tickets, right? I mean, not, you know what I mean? Like, you're not, there's nobody that you're paying to go see because they're so good, like a Randy Gregory or an Amir Abdullah.
Mm-hmm.
They need somebody to pop and show themselves that way.
Sip, I wanted to ask you about your column today, which you wrote about Matt Rhule and getting asked about Curt Cignetti. Of course, he is not the only coach who is asked about Curt Cignetti. Everybody is asking about Curt Cignetti and how he's making the job of everybody. I mean, really, everybody in the sport. He's making their jobs a whole lot harder at this moment in time. In your opinion, like, that's fair, right? That Curt Cignetti and what he has been able to do, like, brings up this question of why can the guy do it in Indiana, but we can't do it? Is that a fair question in your estimation when fans or boosters ask it?
Yeah, I wrestle with it, Josh. I lean towards not fair. He's an outlier. He's a total outlier. I mean, you don't see, I mean, who are we talking about that's done something like him? You know, is there anybody?
No, I mean, the comparison, the guy that he always gets compared to is Bill Snyder, and Bill Snyder never played for a national championship, let alone won one, you know?
It's a great name, though, Josh.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. He does get compared to Snyder. So, no, I lean towards unfair because he's just for that reason, outlier. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I think it's unfair. It's really that simple.
If anything,
I wouldn't want to be compared to an outlier all the time. I mean, it's patently unfair.
to me, if you want to throw Cignetti in someone's face as to, well, why can't you do this? It's not about necessarily other coaches. It's about athletic directors. Why didn't you see this guy?
Be mad at the bosses, not the coach.
Be mad at the people who hired the coaches because and there's a ton of them out there that skipped out on this guy. You know, this guy's been out there forever.
That's why he ended up in Indiana.
Exactly. And so those are the people you should be asking the question, not the coach, because they don't have any control over who hires who and who does well as far as a coach is concerned. Go out to the athletic directors and the school presidents who failed to see the talent in this guy.
Yeah. And now I would say this, John, it's a bit of the same conversation. Outlier is an outlier situation. Now, the only thing I'd add is, I mean, I don't think we give the Indiana AD enough credit. His name doesn't come up nearly enough. He's the one. I mean, Cignetti deserves the praise, but this guy found a chance on him and we hired him. We all were underwhelmed, and then he said, "Google me," and then we were just kind of curious, bemused and curious. It wasn't like, oh, they got somebody. I don't think anybody was saying that, or hardly anybody. So I don't know. I don't even know the AD's name off the top.
Scott Dolson.
I'm sorry,
Scott Dolson. He was hired in 2020.
If I was, still at a newspaper and it was 1999 and this was happening, I would request a lengthy interview with him and break down that hiring process. And maybe he just stumbled into Cignetti. I don't know, or what did he see? I mean, some of it's pretty self-evident, right? It's not like Cignetti. He has had a lot of success at each stop, or at least two of them, and had a lot of success at JMU. So, but still, it's JMU, and you're taking a pretty big chance there.
Sip, what was your snap judgment reaction to the Protect College Sports Act in terms of the money that schools would be able to pay rosters north of $40 million? I saw one report today that it was close to $50 million. Like, we spent so much of this offseason talking about Matt Rhule and how he's had conversations or he's needing more money. And then this number could explode to close to $50 million. Because my first initial question is, can Nebraska get to that number? Like, do they have that kind of cash? What was your first reaction?
They can get to it. I think every Big Ten and SEC school can. And what you're referring to is an interesting new way of doing things. It's, you still get the $20.5 or $21 million for rev share. It's the rev share number, which is for player acquisition, be it a freshman or portal player. So you still have that pot. But then there's this big new pot of $20 million plus for player retention, solely for player retention. That's the one that really gets your attention, because it's like, okay, now I do $20 million line item out of the blue, and then add $5 million to that for women's sports and Olympic sports. So yeah, it's $48.8 million, Josh. That's what you're talking about is the total pot. And I just don't think, if you ask somebody at Kansas State or, for instance, Iowa State, there's no way they can get to that. But the two foremost power conferences, I would guess every team in those leagues can do it, including Nebraska, obviously.
I just wonder, the idea of paying players, whether it's above board or below the table, has been happening for 100 years. And no one's ever been able to successfully curtail it.
Correct.
Let's say this thing passes. Who's going to enforce this? Who's going to stop people from cheating? Because cheating, I don't know.
Well, here's an answer. The answer is, I don't know. I wondered this aloud the other day on another show. Does it swing back to the NCAA? You have the CSC, this College Sports Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Do they work? Do they work together now? Who is in charge of enforcement? Because now I will say this: it could get easier because what they're trying to do is, I'd say, virtually eliminate the conventional NIL, which you're sending people out to a street dance and paying them, 20, paying them a big number just to go dance with some people for an hour, just kind of doing stupid stuff. That was asked of a player. Somebody was doing a very enterprising story in Chicago. A reporter was going around to the players and saying, "What's an example of something you do for your NIL money?" And one of the players said, "Well, I went to a street dance and I danced with some old ladies. That's one thing." He couldn't even name the street or anything. It was just, it's sort of, I think it'll eliminate things like that. Just sort of this contrived NIL, which, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no,
definitely.
You're paying somebody $100,000 in NIL for doing virtually nothing. I think it'll largely eliminate that. Now, I want to tell you this though: there is real NIL. There's Andy Jackson makes a lot of money, probably 6 figures from a yogurt company. Legit, it's very legit, above board. But there's a lot that's not. I think that this bill would eliminate a lot of the nonsense, is what I would call it.
Interesting. Because I'm with John. I think it's just going to go right back under the table, and we just won't know the numbers anymore in terms of how much stuff costs.
Well, they're trying to push for transparency too. So I don't know. I don't have as quite as cynical as a view of it as you do, but I could see where you're coming from on that for sure.
I just figure that, cheating and college sports go together like, fight songs in college sports.
They do.
It's been part of the enterprise forever. And
it's just so funny to think about that because, like, in professional sports, can you imagine that? It's like, not only did Myles Garrett want to go to the Rams, but I hear their NIL is really good.
Right.
They got this under the table money.
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about?
There's none of that.
Yeah, you would never think to do that in the professional ranks.
None of it. I think that what I've heard about the Kawhi Leonard case,
that's true. You know what? That's a great point. Yeah, because he has a pretend job and he's getting paid whatever $20 million to circumvent the cap. That's excellent. That's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah, and then maybe that happens more often than we think. Kawhi just got busted.
Yeah.
To which the 1980s boosters at SMU are going, amateurs.
Well, they had the death penalty, so
they did have the death penalty. Can we bring back the death penalty? Just for giggles.
No way in hell.
Just for giggles.
No way. That is never coming back.
You want to stop Cignetti? Slap him with a death penalty.
Because he's too good.
Well, Sip, the season is upon us. The training camps have begun. The kids will be out thudding. Oh, that's what we meant to ask you.
What?
When you hear the word thud or thudding up, who do you think of first? Because we were trying to rack our brains thinking of the coach that used to call it thudding up all the time in practice.
I thought it was both. Didn't you say that a lot?
That was what one person said, and the other said Sean Watson. And I thought it was Sean Watson.
Yeah, I mean, I would go more than 2. I think it's been said more than that.
Right, but it just seemed like there was a summer or an August camp where it's like, yeah, we're doing a lot more thudding up. It just seems like there was a time where that word really became like a big deal.
You went pretty far into the weeds with that question.
I did.
Right?
I did. I know.
It's still the summer. It's still summertime topics for us right now.
Yeah.
Got to fill a little bit more time.
Fine. I love these conversations. And as you know, I feel like we get to talk football all the time. It's all I really care about at this point. Yeah, thank you for those questions.
Thank you, Sip.
Thanks, Sip.
For the answers. And hopefully
God
that
bless.
police siren that was sounding off earlier in the interview wasn't someone pulling you over.
Nah, he's fine.
No, I'm not driving. I'm standing in my driveway. But yeah, there's always police in this neighborhood. I don't know what the deal is.
I thought it was raining. It's not raining.
He lives
there
in
Lincoln?
Lincoln.
I'm standing in the rain.
Oh. Okay.
Feels beautiful.
All right, I'm going to make a
That's
graphic.
drop.
Thank you, Sip.
That is a drop. I'm standing in the rain.
Have a great week, Sip.
All right, God bless you. See you.
Bye-bye.
God bless you for standing in the rain.
I'm standing
I'm
in
standing
the rain.
in the rain. That is amazing.
I'm standing in the rain.
I don't like getting wet unless I'm in the shower.
All right, I got to make this. I'm standing
in the rain.
By the way, I want to respond. There's been this idiot in the chat all day. First of all, he keeps calling me Tucker Carlson, which is, I'm confused. I have some questions on what he means by that. But he was all triggered. This is QT grilled cheese.
Oh,
this is going back to the Signetti stuff. I'm going to take the moron and I'm going to actually turn this into an interesting discussion before we get to content. Though. He says it's guys like Josh who say stuff like, we cannot hire someone from a lower level. He has to have power conference success. You 100% said that. That's the mindset of too many people's ADs and general idiots. Josh would have lost his mind if we hired a guy from a place like JMU. First of all, I don't think I've ever said that before. You know me. I am someone who is happy to look under every rock. I was very pro Mike Riley. I mean, Scott Frost, I know that he was the golden boy, but he was from a G5. My current favorite coach for Nebraska to hire, if something were to happen, is a guy named Jason Eck, who's coaching at New Mexico at this moment in time. So a smaller level. But I will say this to, again, the grilled cheese's point. I think the fan base very much does have that. And I think,
sure.
I
and I think it would be naive, even at Indiana.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were people going,
correct.
Really?
I
we
think
hired a guy from James Madison. There's that kind of snootiness everywhere when you're in a big boy conference and you hire someone from underneath, unless they have such amazing credentials. And Signetti had good credentials, but they weren't like, holy crap, this guy is amazing.
He wasn't doing, what a Jim Tressel did even at Youngstown State, right? Or even a Lance Leipold had done at the lower levels. He was good. And so like what you would trade a Matt Rhule, Mike Riley hire of 500 coach with Signetti would be, but who is he beaten? And so like, look, Nebraska at this moment in time and moving forward, until a coach is able to get them back to some high level of football, is going to be met. Every hire is going to be met with some sort of a excuse of why they will not be good. You know, this guy has this positive, but he has this negative, and so they're going to keep doing that until they, you would hope, get the right guy. And I can't believe that Matt Rhule has struggled to this degree so far. I cannot believe it.
I think a lot of people, I mean, on the surface, I think a lot of people around college football would have looked at the two individual hires and said, Nebraska made the better hire in the moment.
Of who? Of them versus?
Of Rhule versus Signetti.
Yeah.
At the moment. Now,
especially given that that's Indiana
in the same year.
Yeah, it was a year apart.
But in the moment, if you would have compared the two hires, they would have said Nebraska made the better hire.
Definitely. I thought so.
Because of his credentials in college football, in major college football.
And look, it's now August, so we don't have time to do these big picture, why is the program failing? But I really do sometimes wonder about this place and what we ask of these coaches and the ability or lack thereof to kind of try it their way. Now, here's the thing, though. Rhule has been able to shape this place in his image, unlike any coach that I can recall as a fan, as someone who's covered the team since Tom Osborne. I guess maybe like a Frank. But like that he's like, I want to do this. And it's okay. You can do that. I guess the only thing that's now changed is they're not going to have grass fields for some reason. Remember when that was the huge hot topic and they were going to do that?
Yeah, instead we got crappy uniforms.
But he has been able to control the message. He's been able to do what he has wanted to do in a way that no other coaches have. And I even think, I was talking about it with administration. I think he's even been able to do that with the fan base. How many coaches have come in here and had that pushback of, you're not one of us, And I think that part of that is he followed one of us who had failed at such a high degree that you no longer could point to, we need a Nebraska guy. No, it's time to move on from that. He just hasn't been able to take them over the hump. He hasn't been able to reach these levels. They've gotten better, but it's been such small steps. And obviously that's why people are pretty frustrated.
One of the things I want to push back on a little bit, not to pick on Jacob Bigelow commenting, and pretty big mistake was thinking that anything somebody did in 2017 was going to mean anything in 2024 and beyond.
That was 2019, I would say, first of all.
Well, first off, great coaches are still great coaches. Everyone wants to talk about the portal and NIL and how much, from a player retention and a player acquisition standpoint, absolutely everything has changed. But coaching is still coaching. And great coaches still translate. So if you were a great coach in 2016, you can be a great coach today.
Well, again, he was, his best year at Baylor was 2019. His first year at Nebraska was 2023. That's 4 years. Now, in this era, those 4 years was the biggest upheaval that we have seen in the history of college football.
Sure.
Like, I think we would all agree on that.
Sure.
The thing that I missed in the moment, and I'm guessing you would agree on this, is when he got fired in the pros, I didn't care. Okay, that's fine. I've seen many coaches get fired in the pros, come back to college, and they're totally fine. The difference is that college football has moved so much into a pro model that I think that now if a coach goes up, he's great in college, goes to the pros and struggles, I would be a bit wary about that. I would really be wary about that, especially a guy who has been built off of the diamond in the rough, development type style that Matt Rhule had for so many years. I'm with you. I mean, if a coach comes back 4 years later, I think that it's still okay to say, how good can they be? It's just the Matt Rhule 4 years that he was gone from college, quite a lot happened. You went from 2019 was year 2 of the portal, but that was really as things started taking off in that regard. And then, of course, 2021 was NIL, and that changed everything. And so those two things together turned college football into what it is now.
It did, but again, great coaches still can translate. It's as long as their attitude towards the changes is constructive and healthy. But if you can coach X's and O's and you can motivate players and you can create culture and chemistry, that translates. It doesn't matter what year you're coaching in. That will always be a constant. And I would say that Matt Rhule embraces the current landscape of NIL and transfer portal. If anything, he's like, give me some more money. Give me some more money. Let's go out and get this. And he's
asking for it a lot.
He is. He's asking for an awful lot.
Yeah.
By the way, your friend Grilled Cheese Sandwich says, if I deliver the audio, an apology is all that will be necessary.
All right.
Please, if you can find the audio of whatever you're claiming Josh said.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, did I say something like that after Scott Frost? Maybe I did.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah. I don't,
I honestly don't remember.
I like the young upstarts. I like the coaches that are in the lower level. I think, part of it too, and I'm not trying to hedge my bets in there, here in any way, but I think you can evolve your thinking. And I think right now, Nebraska, look, for the longest time, I always thought that they could hire a name. I don't really think that anymore, just given the continual struggles, but grilled cheese, if you find it, great. I just want to know why I'm Tucker. That's the part that I'm a little confused by. I wouldn't compare myself to, I don't wear a bow tie, and I'm not an idiot.
Well, you aren't wearing Cowboys gear today, so that's better.
That's true.
All right.
That's true.
QT claims it was during the rural search. This is why I call you Tucker. Again, QT, go find the audio. Go find the audio. Challenge gauntlet laid down.
Yeah, seriously.
Because believe me, if anyone would like to be able to say, Josh, you're an idiot,
it'd be
me.
Sean says, I think you said the fans and program wouldn't allow a coach like that, not you personally. The fan base definitely in the moment was wanting a proven guy.
Absolutely. And the both of us have said that.
Yeah, for sure.
That it is hard to sell a guy like a Cignetti on a program like Nebraska.
Definitely. And I don't think that that's going to change. Even after the success of Signetti, if they would have hired, let's just pretend the job opened up last year for some reason, and they were like, we're going after Bob Chesney from the same school. Even with all that stuff, people are like, really? Jam like that? I know that would happen.
Because there's always been an element of snobbery when it comes to big boy college sports.
Definitely. 100%.
All right. Got to take a break. Content coming up next, 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hey, folks, if you haven't done so, please go get registered for 1620, the golf tournament. It's coming up on August 21st. That is 2 weeks from this Friday.
You'll be there.
At Miracle Hills in Hill. God, see, I did it again. Miracle Hill. Remember, it's one hill.
It's going to be fixed tomorrow, I was told. It will be fixed tomorrow.
Well, I'm not even reading from it. It's just now ingrained.
Yeah, it's like Big 12, Big 10.
Like to add S's to everything.
Quarter.
I'm not going to Hy-V. I'm going to Hy-V's.
Hy-V's? Yeah,
I'm going to Aldi. I'm going to Aldi's.
You know, I do. One of my good friends who's from Osmond, he would add the S at the end of words, and I was always confused by it. It must be a Nebraska thing.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll feed you. Great golf.
Yeah.
Drinks.
We'll be at the after party.
We'll be at the after party at the Phoenix. You'll get VIP access to that. So go register right now, 1620thezone.com. Do it now, do it now, do it now.
Running back worth ain't what it used to be, unless your name is Bijan Robinson, who got a 3-year, $75 million deal with the Falcons. Is he worth highest paid running back money?
Yes, he is.
Of course he is.
It's nice to see the best players at their position being paid the best at their position. This is why Matthew Stafford should be the number one paid quarterback.
Oh, interesting.
But in all seriousness, Bijan will be averaging, when you factor in the deals remaining left on his current contract, over $22 million a year. That's ahead of Saquon. That's ahead of Christian McCaffrey. That's Avon of Achan. It's ahead of Henry. I mean, Bijan Robinson, if I could redraft, Bijan Robinson would be my number one pick at running back.
By far. And by the way, the salary cap this year is a tick above $300 million, and the cap hit for him this year is a tick under $7 million. So even though the AAV is
affordable,
22.5, the cap hit is only 2.32% of the total cap. This is what good franchises do. Not that I don't want to compliment the Falcons.
Wow, the Falcons are a good franchise.
This is what franchises other than the Cowboys do. They sign guys before their fourth year, and they move money around. That's what smart teams do. And again, I don't mean to compliment them too much. But yeah, he's awesome. He's easily the best running back in the league, and he's young. He's only going to be 24 this year, whereas Saquon is old. You know, I think the league is going to come back to paying running backs a lot of money because the salary cap is growing at such an exponential rate that this is not that crazy of a deal for a player that is as talented as he is. The thing that they got to get their act together on is just everything else. You know, they got some good skill players, but what's going on at quarterback? How's their offensive line? What's going on at play caller? They get that stuff in order, and this could be a great sign. I think it is a great signing, though, regardless.
John, get your soapbox ready. Not only has Indiana canceled their future series with Notre Dame, but it means the Irish and the Trojans of USC can renew their rivalry again in the coming years. How do we feel about this news?
Wow.
This sucks, man.
Puff Kurt strikes again.
This sucks. And I saw a story. The USC is apparently about to cancel a series with Texas Tech in the next few years as well. This whole sport, man. And I know, like, that's
running away from challenges, baby.
We got to really celebrate the Ohio State Texas matchups of the world, you know, like, because
and Oklahoma, Michigan,
LSU,
and Nebraska,
Clemson,
bowling. Yeah, never mind.
Nebraska, Arizona, eventually. Like, let's see if that ends up staying on the books. The only thing. Okay, protect or save or whatever the College Sports Act. Can we mandate some of these games? Can we put that in the bill? Can Ted Cruz, he's got the ear of the president and everybody else.
Yeah.
Let's demand some better matchups.
Well, and it's not just for our entertainment, but as I've pointed out many times, we have less and less good data points comparing conferences against each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing that we have. And so if we're just going to go on the tired old tropes, well, it's the Big Ten, of course they're better. Well, it's the SEC, of course they're better. Well, I'm tired of just assuming all the time. Let's have some data points. Let's play each other in the non-conference, not just for our entertainment, but to also maybe help us prove which conference is better. Because I don't want you quoting me bowl games from a year ago. I don't want you quoting me playoff from a year ago. It doesn't make any difference in the current year. Just because Indiana beat somebody last year doesn't mean they're going to beat them this year. We need data points that work for this year.
New Boston College basketball coach Luke Murray had his radio team fired, with a decision coming because he didn't want anyone who served around the previous coaching staff. Kevin Collins and Josh Mauer were all on the broadcast for 9 years. Thoughts?
I think that this is incredibly weird. Apparently, I don't know if it was Collins or Mauer, but they were like reaching out. They got stiff-armed a ton.
Yeah, they wanted to meet with the new coach.
Yeah, over and over and over. And it just never happened. Like, I get like fresh starts and wanting to do stuff like, not like to this degree. This is just like hardo behavior to a degree that I really can't even understand. I really cannot even understand.
No, it makes absolutely no sense. And it reminds me of the great finger point when Coach Matt got in Luke Murray's face when he was still an assistant at UConn and said, basically shoot him away like a naughty puppy.
That was pretty fun. That was after the dunk.
That was
right?
after Jemiah Neal's dunk at the end of the game, and Hassan Diarra trying to ball up his fists and looked all stupid.
Yeah.
This is dumb. And the idea of, we don't want anyone from the old staff around. Come on.
Stupid.
That's too try-hardy.
By the way, Duke Papit 2001 says Josh sleeping on Gibbs. Gibbs would be my number 2 running back in the NFL. My number 2 running back. He's holding in right now.
He's holding in.
As Bijan Robinson was also holding in. I imagine that they will get his contract figured out very shortly.
Jake, you can skip to the next question. Mr. Sando.
Mike Sandil's annual QB Tiers column was released today on The Athletic. What stood out?
So, multiple things. First of all, your guy, Matt Stafford, has moved into Tier 1 in a tie for second with Josh Allen. Both guys had 48 Tier 1 votes. Who are the idiots voting each of these guys in Tier 2? I have no idea. I had on my prep sheet, John, for, I would say, a solid 2 weeks, a conversation about the top 4 quarterbacks and how for so many years we've been doing Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, and Burrow in some order, usually with Mahomes at the top and then everything else. Never got around to it, and so I'm sad that we did. I still have many questions on if Joe Burrow is still a Tier 1 quarterback. Lamar Jackson, I mean, if I have him on Burrow, I guess I should have them on Jackson, though he has won the MVP a couple of different times. I would still, I can't believe somebody put Mahomes in Tier 2. I know that we have discussed this many, many times. I know he's coming off an injury, but I still would rather have him over, I think, every quarterback in the NFL. There was one quarterback in particular. I guess you have the graphic up. I'm scrolling down, and that's a waste of time. Who was it? I would drop Jaden Daniels a little bit more. I'm very concerned about his future and what's going to happen with him. And it was nice seeing Jalen Hurts as low as he was, but I think we could get him a little bit further down at 17.
What have you done for me lately? I mean, Drake,
in what way? What are you
Drake
saying?
May.
Oh, I see. You're saying it's too reactionary?
Yes.
So you agree Patrick Mahomes should have 50 Tier 1 votes then?
I don't have a problem with Mahomes being in Tier 1. I wouldn't be.
You wouldn't have him 50 for 50?
I would have Allen and Stafford ahead of him if you could have such a thing.
You could, yeah. I mean, it depends on who gets the most Tier 1 votes.
But yeah, Drake May, come on. He's not ahead of some of these guys. And I would actually have Caleb Williams a little bit higher too.
The first go.
Really? You?
He's a good quarterback.
I mean, I agree, but I mean, you've talked a lot of trash about him over the.
No, I've only spoken facts. Like he's a great overtime quarterback against the LA Rams in the playoffs.
Jordan says, "Hello, what the last 2 in this ranking? Yeah, the last quarterback is Shador, and the second to last quarterback is JJ McCarthy. Yikes."
The Frisco Niners are the NFL's most injured team in 12 of the last 13 seasons. After just 5 training camp practices, the injuries are already starting. If it's not the electric substation, what is it?
Substation,
sorry.
And dude, do you follow the, you probably don't, Art But Make It Sports? Do you follow that Twitter account?
No.
There was, so first of all, I had never seen the photo of the substation before until yesterday.
I love how on the sign outside it says 1 day since last 49er injury. And they always update it.
Art But Make It Sports quoted it or had a couple of photos, and I'll show it to you. And apparently the painting that he used is titled Hell. I didn't realize how the substation looks. It looks like something out of like a horror movie. This is wild, man. And then, of course, the Kyle Shanahan stuff is going on as well. Do we know if the accident was also near the substation?
No, it was in his neighborhood.
Man, not great. Not great. This is crazy. This is absolutely
There's a long
bonkers.
list, and for those watching in on the stream, there's a long list of guys who are either out or have been affected by injuries so far in training camp, or guys like George Kittle who are coming back from a year ago.
Nuts.
As we discussed yesterday, college athletics from the high school class of 2022 are able to play again this season. Make your call. What will it mean, if anything, for Husker football as well as Nebraska ball and Creighton men's hoops?
I don't think he's going to have any impact on Nebraska football.
Agreed.
Honestly, the only person that comes to the fore right away is a Jamarcus Lawrence.
John, I'm going to give you a list item. I don't think he's coming back.
But that, I mean, he would be about the, and you know, there's others that have talked that, you know, maybe a Josh Dix could come back, but I think they're far enough down the pike in terms of pursuing their professional careers that that's not an option. So I don't think this is going to have an impact on the local sports scene.
I don't think he's coming back. I would agree. Like, he was the obvious name of all obvious names. I don't think it's going to. You know, if for those who missed it, Stephen Daly's returning to Indiana, which is
huge,
which is crazy. Huge news for them. But yeah, I don't think that Nebraska or Creighton, I don't think either schools are going to add anybody in that regard.
Yesterday, our own Michael Severe posted his Mr. Nebraska football watch list for the State High School Player of the Year, sponsored by the Jet Foundation.
Let's go.
On it was Trey Taylor, of course. If he doesn't win this award, will it be the upset of the year?
Yeah, I mean, he is the most well-known high school football player now in this state. What's that look? What's going on over there?
I'm just very sad, you know.
Why?
Well, the open borders we have in this state, we just let anyone come in here and win the state player of the
I'm
year.
not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Welcome to Nebraska, Trey. I hope you have a great season. I hope you have a great season.
No, it would be pretty shocking because he's probably going to have a really good year, and a lot of folks will expect him to be the best player in the state. Certainly be the highest rated player from the state. All right, coming up, we will have What's for Dinner.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
Yesterday was taco salad from Amigos. A very good salad.
You have their ranch?
Mm-hmm. Had the ranch
is
on
tasty.
there
You
and,
might have it at
and their spicy salsa.
Oh, nice.
Don't know about tonight. Don't know. Got no clue.
I will name the place tomorrow, but a advertiser on this station who has a awesome jingle. I'm going there for the first place tonight.
Well, if they're an advertiser, why don't you mention?
Because I don't know if they're an advertiser right now. Also, I don't want to get bombarded by, what if the grilled cheese guy shows up and is like, you said no G5 coaches ever, and just started yelling at me in front of my good friend David.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't that make it more fun?
I mean, it
It's
would.
like dinner and a show.
I guess that's true. We're going to, I haven't heard their commercial in a while, but I did love the jingle. Hide slides. Hide slides. Remember that? Hide slides.
I don't remember
Bring
that.
back the hide slide jingle. Yeah, we're hitting that place up. I've never been. I'm excited.
I don't remember that one.
Well, I'm going to be here for another 2 hours, so
Oh.
probably something in the break room I'll have for dinner.
There's got to be a great friend of the Grum that could bring you some food, right?
That'd be so nice.
That would be awesome. I can't. I got to go home. Gotta go feed my dog and go to dinner.
I can have one of those.
Mr.
make
Well,
or
now,
Marge
you were
things.
supposed to go to the movie tonight, right?
Yes, I
What were
was.
you going to eat then?
They
I'll
have
probably
food
get
at-
a hot dog, some
They
popcorn.
have food at movie theaters
I
now.
know
you
they do.
John.
Right? So, is there like a mainstream
Marta Baton
theater?
writes, Kenneth.
Is there like a mainstream theater that doesn't serve like food anymore? Like,
No, I don't think so. I
they
mean,
all pretty much
they
have
all-
like the sports bar-ish
Mhm.
type
Yes.
fare.
They do.
Huh.
By the
Always
way,
gotta
we-
get a dog.
we have the Marta Baton on the screen.
Oh, look at the Marta Baton.
Jake, have you
Very large.
ever held the Marta Baton?
I have
Is
not.
this your first time? Congratulations.
I'm glad.
Marta Baton
Marta
for Jake.
Baton for
You know,
Jake.
there are all
But
these.
you know what? Without you, we would not be able to have 14 hours of local radio
Heck yeah.
consecutively.
Let's frickin' go.
So, I mean,
Let's frickin' go. And Jake will be back tomorrow.
and there's some
Heck yeah.
stations, there's
Rest
some
of the week.
stations that do like 4.
Soft.
We do 12 and sometimes 14.
Sports
How about
schedule
that?
allows.
And the sports schedule allows. We do 14
We're going to do 14 again tomorrow.
because the sports schedule allows.
We have BYU coming up in 25 teams.
Yep.
We have Mitch Holtis.
Yep.
We have Dumb Debate.
Yep.
Whoa. And that's it. Should we get something else? It's a little lighter.
It
It's
is
like,
very
wow.
light. It's very light.
Wow.
Don't be dumb out there driving in the rain. It's just water, kids.
It is just water. But it's also a little slick, so be safe.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying to drive like an idiot.
Don't be a moron.
Talk to you tomorrow after hours and 2 more local hours next.
Bye.